from your room. We've checked the feeds, we've checked the memes. This launch is a cartoon. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your rocket's just a balloon. They filmed you in a warehouse. There's no rocket ship, there's no big plume. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm strapped in, feel the shake. The tower falls away from me. You can't deep-fake this quake. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm way above your room, rising through the blue so fast it turns to velvet soon. You say it's all projection, but the windows say you're wrong. I'm floating past your story, and it's been wrong all along. Major Dumb, our charts all show you splashed into the sea. They dropped a capsule from a plane. You're still on Odyssey. Flurf control, I hate to break it, your script is out of date. The engines burned, the boosters turned, I watched the coastline fade. You talk about a snow globe sky, a ceiling painted cold, but I just watched horizons curve in every shade of gold. Oh, Major Dumb to Flurf control. The world's a swirling sphere. Clouds wrap round in lazy bands from pole to stratosphere. You say it's just a clever CGI veneer, but your world's become an island, and it's really, really small from here. You said there is a crystal shell, a cover hard and bright. I'm flying where your ceiling sits, yet nothing blocks the light. No glass, no grid, no glowing dome, just darkness deep and clear. Your dome was in your browser tabs, not hanging over here. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Our live chat says the pictures are all lies. Agencies just sell us tales, they're demons in disguise. Major Dumb to Flurf control. Your fears are getting loud, but I'm looking at an ocean that wraps behind a cloud. If stories had you cornered, I'm not here to shout you down, just asking you to tilt your head and spin that view around. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm circling slow and clear. I see the night chase after day around this shining sphere. You swore there'd be an edge, a wall where colors stop, but every orbit proves you wrong. We're living on a drop. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your signal's getting thin. If space is real, if globe is true, where do our stories spin? This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'll bring you souvenirs around Blue Earth in every shot, and maybe calm your fears. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Are you there?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Sunday night. Give me 1 second. I have to fix something. Um, all right, let's try that. And let's try. Oh, that's going to be problematic. So I got a lighting issue here. Bear with me for 1 second. Daytime streaming is a bit of a pain in the ass. What can I say? And this is not getting any better. All right. Let's see. Hmm. All right, we're just gonna have to make do with this. I sit next to a window, so therefore, right now the sun is. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we'll transition. Hello, everybody. It's so nice to see everybody. Hopefully, your weekend's going wonderfully. Mine is. Uh, it was a grand weekend. Spent having fun, goofing off, and followed up, if you didn't watch us, over at Wetcast, having a little bit of fun with some flirts. Hopefully, I wasn't too much, but I'm not going to lie. I was pre-gaming a bit. So good to see you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. DT is here. Welcome. Now, DT, I don't know if you remember, but you and I were supposed to have a conversation, and you told Matt that you got nervous, and then you cut off from social media for a while, which I'm not. Trust me, everyone should do that. It's definitely worthwhile because it's brutal. Let me center myself a little better. Here we go. Okay. So, yeah, it's been a fun weekend. Yeah, get the ROM on standby. Like I said, I've been pre-gaming. I'm already a few in. It's time for, well, I don't know. We're going to debunk some stuff today. Pure and simple. Kind of alluded a little bit to it today on Matt's stream, but we're going to cover it a little better today. We're going to actually back it up with receipts and what's the other word I'm looking for? Like scientific papers and like I'm trying to plug in my mouse real quick. Give me a second. My mouse started flaking out on me. Okay. It's a chaotic stream today. What can I say? Yeah, Cygnus, that was pretty funny. He's like, he's an engineer in the army. And when he asked what my MOS was, I told him, asked what his MOS was, and he was infantry. Not sure how that classifies as engineer. I'd like to get some clarification on that. Because, yeah, not the same thing. Anyway, let's get everybody in chat real quick. We see the usual suspects and our zoo crew. And we have a guest. DT is here. He's our like adoptive flirt. So let's live, we're not going to play whack-a-mole with DT. He seems to be pretty civil, seems to be pretty, mellow for the most part. But let's kind of just let him sit here and learn. Okay. Who's still bitching? Gladiator was not the military. It was the other guy, DJ something or another, I think it was. Anyway, is he still bitching over on TikTok? Well, such is life. Max is streaming. He's doing his 24-hour anniversary stream. Congratulations, Cherbamate Tux, on a year of great content and allowing me up on the panel. Wish you the best, bud. I'll probably hop over there later, depending how much I have to drink tonight. Um, Nice to see you, Nick. Thanks for coming over and hanging out. I appreciate that. Dougal's here. Long time no see, Dougal. I'm glad to see you here as well. Misinformation agent. No, misinformation agent. It's not Battle of the Beams. It's LoRaWAN. So it's going to get the Battle of the Beams treatment. We're going to annihilate that going forward. Okay, I kind of have my screens all over the place. You're going to see me looking back and forth on different things. Let's do just a real. Hey, Just Thinking's here. How you doing, bud? Somehow or another, you are still gray. I have no idea why. Probably because you haven't been over here in a while. So we'll do that. Okay. Anyway, little channel news. So imitation is the best form of flattery. So what I've decided to do is I'm actually going to be offering my notes to prefect and above memberships. Let me show you what that looks like real quick. Right here. So basically, it's a Google Drive for the Unfornicated. Basically, what we have here is we're going to have the debunk info that's basically straight across the board. So under debunk right now, we have LoRaWAN distance record. By going into that, we have we have a debunk guide, which kind of explains what you are actually looking at, as well as the multiple pieces of information. And on the off chance that you're actually curious and want to learn some more, there'll be a supplemental guide and some supplemental information for you to look into and stuff like that. So I'm going to be doing this for all my videos and for all my live streams going forward for members only. And as with always, I'm sure the link will be, it's not password protected. I'm sure the link will be shared. Not a big deal. I don't really give a shit. But it's more like along the lines is to provide membership, some kind of a perk besides emojis, listening to me rant and rave, doing polls on which direction we go into. To me, it doesn't seem like to be enough. So I wanted to add that. If you are a prefect, you also get a 10% off the merch store, and that's always advantageous too. So Jim Daniels from the Jump with the $2. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Zoo crew to the front. Yes. Everyone to the front of the room. All right. I think we've done enough stupid stuff for the channel. ET, you know what? Look, don't hold back. You can talk some smack. I've heard it all. You know what? And here's the thing, DT. I'll talk shit about people who deny what's going on or people who pretend to be something that they're not. Like that flat earther who came in and said, well, military always does this. Well, surprise, I was in the military. I know what we do. He doesn't. He wasn't in the military. Then the one military guy who decides to pop up says he's an engineer, but he's infantry. See what I mean? That's where I kind of get a little heated and get a little triggered because that's not right. So, and to be fair, it's Sunday. It's 80 degrees outside. I spent about an hour at the pool, drinking a little rum, feet in the water because it's still cold as hell. Not going to lie. Don't have the heater on yet, but yeah, it's another beautiful Sunday. It's the start of summer, and here we go. So, what are we covering tonight? Well, we're going to be covering LoRaWAN because, like Battle of the Beams, it's a subject that people don't understand, and yet they're talking about it like they're experts. And the reason why this came up is because A, it's being passed around on TikTok quite a bit, and B, because Soli embarrassed himself in front of McToon. I love calling him that, MC Toon, and in front of Dr. Blitz. And while I, was able to prep MC Toon a little bit about the information because I knew this was what was going to be coming up, I can't download 12 years of experience into a 2-hour phone call. And there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. So anyone who's done radio, ham radio, or anything like that, there's a lot of variables you have to take into consideration, and there's a lot of different things. And if you were listening to me on TikTok, you heard me list some of those things. So the confusing part is what's true, what's not, what actually goes into this. So we're going to tear this down from an engineer standpoint all the way down to its bolts. And why LoRaWAN actually doesn't prove flat Earth, it actually proves a globe. because for this to work, a certain, a certain mechanism had to be involved. And because a certain mechanism had to be involved, they have to explain that mechanism on flat Earth. And just saying, well, it works on flat Earth too, doesn't mean shit. Explain this. That's what it comes down to. So, oh, did the webcast pop his head over here? Hey, there he is. How you doing, buddy? Glad that you're back from vacation. I was bored as fuck for a week while you were gone. No, I'm not kidding. I actually had a bunch of other stuff to do, and I had fun doing it. And then fun not doing it on some things too, because I procrastinated this get out for the past week on some of my projects. But I'm here now. Oh, one quick update. So got my shoulder looked at, got a nice little imaging done. No tear, no frayed, no calcification, none of that. It's basically shoulder impingement syndrome. And I have to kind of change the way I sleep and how I do things on a day-to-day basis, which is kind of weird if you think about it. Like how you move is kind of muscle memory, just the way you move. I talk with my hands a lot. But because my shoulder's been hurt, I haven't really talked to my left hand. You'll see my right hand kind of go around, but my left hand kind of stays down here really low. So the good news is rest and relaxation, some pain meds, basically, industrial strength Advil. I don't actually take anything that what would be considered the good stuff, but that's a personal choice. He offered me a cortisone shot, which I took. I'm sorry, did not take because I don't want to keep doing that over and over again. But I will say that when we started setting it up and I saw how big the needle was and that they'd have to use an ultrasound to get it to the right place, I was like, no, I think I'll pass. Thanks. Don't want to be violated. But anyway, here's where we are today and how's everything going. So, we do a cortisone shot, but the idea is I can move my arm again. And I can move things and lift things and hopefully don't overdo it. All said and done. Let's go. We're going to talk about LoRaWAN. Whale panties, did you put up your whale fact of the day? Thank you. You did. Let's pin this message. The whale shark of the day. I don't have any effects for the voice here, so we're going to go through this real quick. It's going to be whale sharks are the largest fish in the world, growing up to 60 plus feet. I would love to go scuba diving with one, but I digress. Meaning their claspers are massive. Mature adult wieners average over 5 feet in length. Now, before anyone starts going to feel inadequate, just kind of put it in scale and you'll feel better. I noticed he didn't do it in scale. So I think whale panties is basically doing a fact to make sure you all feel inadequate compared to his, how he's hung, but I digress. Bush says, yeah, guess how my shoulders feel after about 35 years in heavy industry at almost age 60. Yeah, I'm guessing you're feeling pretty rough. I've between my back earlier this year, between my shoulder, between my knees, I'm going to be filing a VA claim and blaming the military for all of it because I should not feel like I'm 80, but I do. So, quick thing here. I see Ludwig has decided to join in here. Ludwig, you will not be a mod because, well, you're a coward. And all you do is spout off stupid shit, the same debunking points that have been debunked over and over again. Your same flat earth proof that is never proof. You never answer actual questions. And until you do, that's gonna be it. Tell you what, Ludwig, let's do this. Okay. I'm going to tell everyone not to actually time you out yet. You have just one opportunity. I want you in chat. You don't even have to come up. If you want to come up, I'll give you a Discord link. You're happy to come up, but I'll give you one chance to tell us what your first and best proof of flat earth is going to be. And I'm telling you now, if it's some variation of we see too far, they're going to be allowed to start playing whack-a-mole. That's all I got to say. Tori Hanzo, you still look the same as a photo when you enlisted. Yeah, that was 32 years ago. Thanks, Tori. Also, please don't miss the member milestones earlier in chat. You know what? Good point. Good point. Good point. Tori, member for 4 months. Party time. Thank you, Tori. I greatly appreciate the reminder. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you. And Michaela for 3 months as an initiate. Thank you, Michaela, for both for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate it. And I also missed a super chat, or did I get? No, I grabbed that one. Cool. Anyway, Tori, you're so kind. I definitely look a lot older than I did. I'm starting to look more gray. Got a little mileage around the eyes going, but thank you. I appreciate that. Good friends lie to you in the best ways. That's all I got to say. So, Ludwig, you have your chance here. Your best evidence for flat Earth, put it in chat. And if I don't agree with it and chat doesn't agree with it, they get to play whack-a-mole. That's all there is to it. Let's see. We all love a silver fox around here. Michaela, it's getting there. Luckily, it's not the steel gray. It's more of the white silver that I see. There's a little patch over here, or it's over here. It's on one side or another. But yeah, it's fun times. Looking a little blurry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ludwig, yes, I want you to give the strongest proof of why there's no curvature. So your proof is that there's no apparent curvature. Holy shit. Please back that. No, please step that back and give us an actual proof. Give us something, because that is the most low. If that's as much effort as you make getting laid, no wonder why you're a monk and an incel. That's all I got to say. Jim Daniels, a member for 4 months. Mid-century is taking its toll, Dan. Fuck you, Jim. You're an asshole. We don't deal with stupid here. We also don't just stick to point and laughing. You have to come with evidence. So here's what Unfornicated channel is like. And when I start this, I didn't do it this time, but this is the speakeasy of truth. I am your all-knowing bartender. This is the back alley of evidence. This is where you have to make your claim and own it. If you sit here and say, I don't make any claims, or everything's apparent or anything else like that, get the fuck out. I don't have time for you. That's nothing but a troll, and it's so low effort. No wonder why the women in your life are vastly disappointed. I'm sure mildly is definitely an understatement, but let's go. You have one chance. Now I'm going to let everyone else go ahead and do it. See, look, DT even put something out there. Okay. I don't agree with it, but he put something out there. He made effort. Ludwig, you made no effort. So let's get started with today. Fair warning, I might be talking a mile a minute. We'll do Q&A. Tag me for your questions so I can see them. I'm going to be concentrating a lot on what I'm going to be presenting, so I won't necessarily be looking at chat. And I'm going to be moving away from the whole me on the screen and evidence on the screen, because I feel like if you're watching on mobile, you should get the full screen, make life a little easier. So we're going to go that route today. I need to move this up here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and pop out live chat here. We'll pop out the chat. And we'll put that here. And we'll put this here. Just trying to make it a little easier for us to do things. 52 watching. This is great. I appreciate that, everybody. All right. If you're watching on Whatcast, then you saw that I kind of addressed this a little bit, but let's just kind of go into this a bit. How do I want to do this? Okay. All right, here we go. No, whale panties is not the cocaine, it's the rum because I got a lot of it. It involves a little bit of math, and I'm going to try to keep it really, really simple. Okay. So there's a few things that we need to kind of get a little bit out of the way. Let's go ahead and preface ourselves with some stuff. Let me finish moving this up here, get my notes ready, and all this other thing. So, welcome back to Unfornicated. Today we are doing let's call it a reality check on what flat earthers call their single most powerful proof or evidence against the globe this month. A radio signal 830 miles across open ocean at sea level, and they believe this proves that you don't live on a spinning ball. Stop me if you heard this before. Now, before I show you why they're wrong, okay, I'm going to show you with math and with documentation and peer-reviewed science from researchers who literally live in this geographical area. I need you to understand what this experiment actually was. So because the flat earth framing of this event is built on a foundation of things they simply made up or misunderstood. So first and foremost, we have the Custodian Project. So the Custodian Project oh my God, this is atrocious. All right, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go back to what it was. Okay. The Custodian Project was a European Union funded maritime research program. Specifically, the goal is to develop LoRaWAN, which is a type of protocol in the network, to use it for tracking for small fishing vessels and their gear and the buoys attached to it. Now, why is this important? Well, simple, because 87% of Portugal's nearly 8,000 registered fishing vessels had zero tracking coverage. And lost gear becomes ghost fishing, and ghost fishing kills marine ecosystems. Nets unaccounted for drift, kill thousands of different species throughout the year. And this project is trying to stop that. So it actually was part of 7 institutions, university researchers, maritime industry, government agencies, all funded by the European Area Grants Program under Blue Growth. And this was the real science with a real purpose that had nothing to do with proving the shape of the Earth. Sound familiar? So the transmitter I can see this is going to, you know what, this is going to annoy me. Hold on a second. Let's do this. Let's move this up here. Let's go to here. Let's do this. Let's go to here. So the transmitter was on the Estrella I don't speak enough Spanish. It's Sesimbra. It's a working commercial fishing vessel conducting sea trials out on the Atlantic. And where they're doing this was actually off the southern coast of Portugal. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Hold on. Stop it. There we go. They were doing it down here under the southern coast of Portugal. Now, the team's own gateways were in the Azores, which were over here. And they were also along the Portuguese coast. Now, the gateway that actually received the messages was here, down here in La Palma. Down here in La Palma. And it was a pre-existing telecommunications infrastructure belonging to someone else entirely. It belonged actually to the government of La Palma. So what does that have to do with anything? Well, it means that the record, this distance records found them. They didn't find the record. They weren't out to set a record. They ended up inadvertently setting a record because someone else told them that they received their packets. Seems kind of interesting, right? So the experiment ran for 62 consecutive days, June 25th through August 26th in 2023. In 62 days of continuous transmissions, from a working fishing vessel, the La Palma Gateway received exactly 3 packets within minutes of each other on one day, June 30th, then silence. Now, let's see. Oh, I have to go to the other one here. All right, so basically, the Things Network, the people who actually run this network, who actually are the ones who identified the distance record, published the record. And here's what they wrote. We do have to note that it is an exceptional achievement. The majority of things, I don't know if it's in this article or another article. The majority of the things stacked operated devices range between 25 and 100 meters. In other words, 75 to 300 feet away from the gateway. This was 800 miles. Extendingly long period of time, distance that goes between the two. Now, the people who built this network are calling it exceptional, not routine, not expected, exceptional. Words matter. So today we're going to find out why it happened once, why it hasn't happened since, and why every piece of evidence points to exactly kind of the same mechanism over and over again. So let's walk you through the telemetry of what it actually shows. So the transmitter was the Stival Strike T01 LoRaWAN IoT tracker. Okay. It's an asset tracker, off the shelf, operating on the EU ISM band of 868 megahertz. This is important because the EU highly regulates what uses 868 megahertz and how much power can be on it. So its legal maximum transmit power is plus 14 dB. That's 25 milliwatts. So 0.025 milliwatts. No, I'm sorry, 0.25 milliwatts. Less power than a cheap flashlight bulb. Okay, if you want to put it as an analogy. Now, the spreading factor is called SF12. We won't kind of get into that. The bandwidth is 125 megahertz. This is all what leads to it being actually able to be deciphered. Now, it's important, but it's also not important to this specific way that we're framing it. Now, if I was to actually start breaking this down in LoRaWAN and everything and how the spreading factor and the bandwidth all interrelate, then that would be a different video entirely. It'd be a lot more math than what we're going to do today. But the number matters in the sense that the hardware receiver sensitivity floor is negative 137 decibels. So because it's 135 or 137 decibels, that number specifically matters. But we're going to come back to it. Now, that's not necessarily on this tracker. The tracker is a transmitter at 25 milliwatts, and then the receiver is what was Internet of Things typical receiver. 3 packets received. The official record, 1,336 kilometers or 830 miles. Now, the TNN mapper shows, let me pull this up real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Here's the receiver. There's the name of the receiver. Tells you the lat and long of the receiver and everything else. Now, these are actually put in by people who install the receivers. You put in the lat long. It's got a field for it when you're commissioning the equipment. It also has the altitude, which is put at 0, which, again, most people don't actually put the altitude that's in it. Let me work our way back from here. But the thing that matters is the actual link. So the distance is 1,322,083 meters at the moment of transmission. Now, the difference is the official record measures from Sembria Harbor. TNN mapper uses the vessel's actual GPS position underway. Both are correct, just different reference points. Doesn't change anything per se. Now, the received signal came in at a negative 130.25 dB. Now, that number is very important. Remember it, we're going to destroy flat Earth with it in about 3 minutes. Now, look at the gateway status. The gateway status, hold on. Whoops. Sorry. There we go. So what we have is, excuse me. So the gateway status is currently offline. Okay. It was last heard on September 25th, 2024. So now flat earthers sometimes will claim that the gateway went offline and that's why the link was never repeated. But it stayed online for an additional year longer. So last heard means that the gateway was actively, now here's the difference too. Last heard September 25th, 2024 means the gateway was actively receiving packets from local devices in the Canary Islands all the way up until that date. In other words, it was doing its job. It was basically receiving packets. It's been offline since 2024. But the difference between 2023 and 2024, for those who can't do math, is a full year plus 2 months. But the thing is it just never heard Portugal again during that whole time because we don't have any more articles on it. So in 62 days of continuous operation, the conditions that made those packets possible existed for a few minutes on one afternoon, and then they were gone. So now I want to address the kind of sea level argument, because one of the things that flat earthers get wrong is they point these pictures and say it was between a vessel and a buoy. It wasn't. Okay? It was, according to the Things Network and CAR, only say that the transmitters were at sea level, the fishing boat, the buoys, that's accurate. But let's look at the gateway. Now, the gateway is, hold on a second. Oh, I didn't save it. Perfect. That's about right for the day. We're going to do this. What's my elevation? Now, bear in mind, this isn't going to necessarily, this isn't going to save it. But what we're going to do here is we're going to, find out why they're wrong. So when we look at this, we're looking at 28.8, 212, 315, and whoops. Let's change this. All right. So 28.821, 213,157, negative 17.79677,67889. And it's not typing. Oh, never mind. The coordinates are right there. There we go. 607 meters. So if they can't even get what the actual gateway that received it was right, can't put in the GPS coordinates and can't actually find out the altitude, how can we believe anything else if they understand about any of this stuff? No, you can't know my location. So these are the GPS coordinates from the TTTN mapper. Okay, it's a screenshot. The data, the flat earths are citing as evidence, but yet they're wrong. So the gateway sits at 607 meters above sea level on the volcanic terrain of La Palma. Not sea level, not even close. I'm not making this number up. It comes from the coordinates of the flat earth site in their own argument. So the transmitter is at 9 meters for the fishing vessel. The receiver's at 607 meters based on the volcanic island. There's already some problems with what they're saying and what they're claiming. By the way, just as a reminder, make sure that if you guys have questions, you make sure you tag Unfornicated in it so I can see that, because I'm concentrating on a different screen than where the chat is. So let's do the math that that flat earthers refuse to do. Okay, so let's do FSPL. Now, I usually do this by hand, but I don't necessarily want to bore you guys all with the log and everything else. So we have distance of, what was it? 1322. Okay. We have the frequency of 868. And a transmitting gain antenna is basically 0 because it's omnidirectional. And it's a very short antenna. And the receiving gain is going to be minimal, let's say 1. So the free space path loss is basically over 150 dB. Okay, so basically you can do 20 times the log of 1,322, which is 64.43 dBs. You can do 20 times the log of 868, which is 58.77. And then you plus the constant of it. And you basically get a path loss of 153.6 dB. Now, that's the hardware limit. Like the maximum legit transmit power is positive 14. That's governed by the EU. The receiver sensitivity at -12 or SF12 is negative 137 dB. That gives you a link budget of 137 plus 14 is 151 dB. But the path loss that we figured out using the equation for free space path loss is 153. So the link budget fails by 2.6 variables. So what happens is, actually, let me go back because I actually said that this is omnidirectional here. So now we got it. So now we got 152 here. So there's a couple different variations. We can go into this. Oh, you know what? I put in the wrong frequency. There we go. Now we have 153.6 dBs. I went dyslexic, sorry. It was 868, not 686. I would have loved if it was 666 megahertz. That would have been funny, but I digress. So our free space path loss, which is the minimal, okay? This is not counting any connectors that intrinsically have loss. This is not including anything that has to do with antenna polarization or attenuation. This is free space in a vacuum path loss. Okay, this has been studied for a century. It says that the path loss is 153 and a half. The hardware budget is 151. So the link budget fails by 2.6 decibels at a minimum. before connector losses, before polarization mismatch, before atmospheric absorption, on a flat plane with clear line of sight, this hardware physically cannot decode the signal by 2.6 dBs. That's Flat Earth falsified by the link budget alone. Thank you for coming. It's been a great weekend. I hope to see you all around again. No, I'm kidding. Because we have telemetry. We don't have to predict what the signal should have been. We know what it actually was. So free space physics predicts that the signal should arrive at negative 139.6 dB. Okay, when you subtract those, plus 14 minus 137. 14 dB transmit minus the path loss. Oh, sorry. Okay, so 14 dB transmit, which is plus 14, okay, minus the path loss, which you see here at 153. The signal actually arrives at negative 100, or receives at 139.6. Okay, 139.6 dB is what the signal should have come in at a maximum. But the signal actually arrived at 130.25 dB. That's 9 to 10 dB stronger than the free space path loss allows. It's not a routing. This is not a rounding error. It's not an instrument noise. This is not evidence of open flat geometry. This is evidence that something altered the propagation environment. Something concentrated the signal that allowed it to be received higher than what it should have been. So what produces 9 to 10 dB surplus above a free space maximum? Well, it's a change of the geometry of wave spreading. Each endpoint had an omnidirectional antenna. Each endpoint is subject to 3D space loss. That's where the free space path loss comes in. Unless you have a directional antenna with gain, in which case then you start using things like the Freeze equation. It's just basically expanding in all directions like a ripple in a pond. And under normal conditions, this is what happens. It spreads out in 3 dimensions, laterally and vertically. So to put it bluntly, it's like an expanding sphere. And it's subject to the inverse square law. So that means that power falls off as the square of the distance increases. That's the inverse square law. And that's what FSP, free space path loss, calculates. Okay. But if the wave is physically confined, as in trapped inside an atmospheric waveguide, so if it's trapped in a waveguide, it's no longer able to expand vertically, which means that now the inverse square law is changed. The math is somewhat changed because now it's concentrating the signal vertically and only allowing it to expand horizontally. So now what we're in instead of a sphere of propagation going outwards, it's a cylinder. Power falls off linearly with distance instead of the square. The wave is focused, it's concentrated, it's preserved. Simple. But Ludwig, see, this is the problem. This isn't about necessarily proving the globe. It's about disproving your religion and what they claim is something around math that disproves flat Earth. Now, Grant, you're right. This is technical, but I'm going to explain it to you in such a way that's very simple. Okay. Now, the problem is you have to sit still. Okay. Here we go. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to sit very, very still. Put your listening ears on. Stop staring at the ceiling and listen to what I'm saying. And at the end, I'm going to go through and put it all the way across. Because right now, flat Earth has exactly 2 problems. How did the signal get there higher than it should have been? And how did the signal get there if it was below what the threshold should have been for the receiver to actually receive? There is no answer for that. But the globe does have an answer. It's called a duct. It's called a tropospheric ducting. But yeah, they just make this up post hoc or something like that, right? That's going to be the actual thing. So the problem is 9 to 10 decibel is a measurable, quantifiable fingerprint of the transition that we can see. Now, to be fair, that surplus, which is a lot, it's the equivalent of being on a football field and trying to listen to somebody from a different end whispering. It's not theoretical. This is what we actually heard. It's what the numbers state. We can calculate exactly how much energy was conserved, and it matches that measurement. So where did that extra power come from? Where did that extra signal become so focused on a flat Earth where everything goes out omnidirectional come from? There is no answer. With globe, we does, but it's not post hoc. It can't be post hoc. And I'm going to show you why. So this is Marsden squares. This is basically dividing up the globe into 10-degree squares, 10 degrees latitude, 10 degrees longitude. Okay. Now, besides the fact that the size of the squares get, they're all the same size, and yet they still sort of, they get smaller towards the poles. And, we won't go into all that because that would prove a globe. What I want you to be concentrated of is Canary Islands are right here in 110. Technically, they're actually right here at the border of 110 and 74. And the south part of Portugal is here in 109. Okay. But 80% of the transmission was here in 110. That's the important part. Now, there's a document done by the U.S. Navy. Okay, and it's this. This is what we call IREPS. It's the Integrated Refractive Index or Effects Prediction System. It's done by the U.S. Navy. This is version, I think, 2.1, but it's from 1982. It's a collection of over 16 million measurements made over the span of nearly a decade, from 1972 to 1979, based on local and radio sun measurements from over 921 stations. 16 million measurements that were aggregated based on that Marsden squares, right? How things are. So basically what IREPS is essentially a weather forecast for radio waves. And prior to 1998, this was a paper document. It was in a 3-ring binder that I actually used during my time in the service. After 1998, well, it got made into a software tool, got turned into AREPS, and later it became a network tool called NITES2 and GCCSM and things like that. But I'm going to talk about what I know, which is this document here, the paper document. So the Navy uses this to predict when and where anomalous radio propagation will occur, because any propagation outside of normal propagation creates operational problems. Radar holes, unexpected detection ranges, height calculation errors, anything that is not easily predictable is a disadvantage. You may think seeing a radar 200 miles versus 40 miles would be an advantage, but it's not. The Navy needs to know when this is happening so they can account for it tactically. Now, the radio sun station reference in this document is at 32 degrees 40. Now, here we go. I'm going to show you how we use this, okay? Real quick, we go through here. This talks about ducting, everything else. Again, this is all on the website if you guys want to download it. We talk about subrefraction, standard refraction, super refraction, and trapping. We talk about the end unit gradient, which is the which is basically how the atmosphere is graded. It's this vertical gradient dealing with temperature, moisture, and things like that. The types of ducts, it's very much going into things like definitions, which Flirts love. It gives you a sample page and everything else. So here's the Marsden map. Now, because the military is known for putting the least amount of effort as possible for documentation, we can't read this, but we know it's square 110 because it's nationally around. Oh, here's the polar zones. That's interesting. We can come back to that. So we're at square number 110. All right, let's scroll down. Here we go. 110 off of Portugal. We need to go to section 3, page 150. All right. Where are we at? Nope, we still got a ways to go. By the way, these are squares for these are pages for each square. Okay. So don't say the Navy doesn't know what it's doing around the world on any given day. Oh, by the way, this is 525 pages if you guys want to download it. We're almost there. 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay. So the specified location is here. Now, so this says basically 32 degrees, 40 minutes north, 16 degrees, 46 minutes west. This station is basically directly in the Portugal to Canary Islands signal corridor. And this document is what the Navy measured over the course of a decade in this exact piece of ocean using radiosonde launches. It also has a surface observation source with a call sign of MS-119, which is located at 35 degrees north and 15 degrees west. Now, let me read you some numbers. We're going to reference this page a few times. So the first part we want to talk about is this. Enhanced surface-to-surface radar, ESM, comm ranges. Okay, so this means radar, electronic warfare detection, and communication ranges. Now, January through March. Well, actually, hold on. Let me go backwards here. We're going to use 1 gigahertz because the frequency was at 868 megahertz. So the closest one is close to is 1 gigahertz. We're going to use that. So in January to March in winter at 1 gigahertz during the day, you had a 20% chance of a duct. You had a 6% chance at night, or overall day and night 13%. Now, if we go to July and September, these numbers go 51% for the day, 12% at night, 31% day and night. That's a surface duct occurrence for surface-to-surface contact. I'm sorry, that's not surface duct. That's a surface-to-surface contact, whether it's using an elevated duct, an evaporated duct, or a surface duct. But that means both the receiving and transmitting station are at surface level. Just the fact that ducting can happen 51% of the time gives you an explanation of why it did happen. But here's the interesting part, is that if you compare the daytime to the nighttime, or in the summer, okay, so the surface duct occurrence basically starts at 14%, I'm sorry, 13% during the day and night. Where's my mouse? There we go, 13% during the day and night. And then it drops to 31%. That's like 3 times the rate during the summer versus the winter. So in summer, in this corridor documented by the U.S. Navy, things happen. Now, I said there's 3 types of ducts. There's the surface-based duct, which is here. Now we're going to just go over a few things real quick. January, 14% to 10%. In July and September, 44% to 25%. The average thickness of the duct was basically 380 feet. That matters. The average trap frequency was 0.46 gigahertz, or basically 460 megahertz. And there you go. Then we have an elevated duct, which means it's actually elevated off the ground. That happens. Now, this isn't based on individual frequencies. This is just based on the occurrences that have happened. So a surface-based duct is here. The elevated duct is 55% and 71% at day and night, and a whopping 86% at night that this occurs between July and September. Seems that'll happen more to me than it would happen not. Copium, nice to see you, bud. I appreciate it. And then we have something a little better, an evaporation duct, because as the water evaporates, it creates its own duct. Now, this isn't nearly as high because if we go to the elevated duct, the average top height of the duct in summer is 4,000 feet, and the average thickness is 770 feet, which means that its average trap frequency is 1.3 or 0.13 gigahertz or 130 megahertz. Okay. We're going to come back to this and tie this all in together. Don't worry, we're going to reference this a couple of times, but I want you to just to understand the percent of the occurrences. Evaporation duct is the third type of duct that actually occurs as the water evaporates. It creates a much, much smaller duct. And we're talking about in July and September, most of the duct is going to be happening between 40 to 60 feet. And then there's also ones that are above 100 feet. Those are your two main points. So the LoRaWAN record was set on July 30th at 1940 UTC. So that's 8:40 at night local time, or 2040 if you want to use military time. As the sun was setting and the atmosphere was transitioning between daytime and nighttime conditions. So the elevated duct probability in this corridor during July through September peaks at 86% at night. So between 55 and 86% at night as it was transitioning to nighttime. If the earth were flat and the line of sight were an open geometry, enhanced range would be 100% year-round, 24 hours a day, every hour, every packet, bar none. But the IREPS exists precisely because enhanced range is not constant. It is meteorologically driven variable that the Navy needs to predict operational planning. It's the entire reason why this document was built. And if you want to see another thing, what we'll do is how about we do this? We'll go up to another square and see what it looks like up there. This is going to be, let's see, if this is 110, this is 109, this is 108, this is 107. I'm just picking one at random. 107. Surface ducting at 107 during the day is 0. And in the summer at night is 27%. Day and night is 14%. See how it's very different? It's very different. So let's talk about sources, additional sources. Let's see. This one is I need the Milford document. Here we go. So this is our second source. It's the Journal of Geophysical Research, 2004. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. Hold on. Let's try this again. This one. Journal of Geophysical Research, 2004, von Eglen and Teixeira. 6 years of European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast Global Analysis Data, a global ducting climatology. Okay. Now we're going to scroll down because there's, lots of pages, but I understand that people are visual learners. So we're going to look at these individual panels. So your color gradient here is from 0 is blue up to 100, which is bright red, dark red. Okay. Now the season is based on quarters. So this is December, January, and February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and September, October, November. And if we look off the coast of Sahara here, what do we see? We see some really bright colors between 90 and 100%. Now I'm colorblind. I can't necessarily match up the colors, but you guys can do your own thing and tell me what you see. Based on these numbers, what does this color right here by the number 3 look like to you? Above 80%? Off the west coast of Africa, basically this exact corridor, ducting probability approaches close to 100%. What do we got? But that's not enough. Let's talk about this. Now, this was published in the journal Atmosphere in 2020, and it is from the Atmospheric Research Center. Uh, this is Milford, right? Okay, here we go. So this is 6 years of actual radio sun launches from Tenerife in Gulmar. So because I had a note to look this up and I forgot to, let's go ahead and look this up, where this is at. GU. Or GULMAR. I'm probably spelling it right. TNN. All right. Oh, shit. Look, it's on the Canary Islands. That's interesting. Huh. All right, let's come back to that. So, what do they say? Basically, during the summer season, it's basically a study about the dust emissions and how it affects basically the marine boundary layer, which is the layer closest to the ocean. And what they noticed is that the Sahara Air, what do they call it? They call it the SAL. So basically what I'm looking for is oh, here we go. The marine boundary layer height determination. So again, I'm just using this as an idea that this has been well studied in this corridor and everything else. So we obtained model data of the marine boundary layer height from 2012 to 2017 from the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast Integrated Forecasting System. And it's using for the grid point north of Tenerife, which is in the Canary Islands, which is at square 110, at 6-hour intervals. In this study, we used the values at 12 UTC. And what they found is that the concentrations of the dust weighted down the marine boundary layer. So much so hold on, I got to remember where this is at now. Oh, I was there. The thinning of the marine boundary layer. So this thinning of the marine boundary layer, or the compression of it, is observed in both winter dust outbreaks and summer dust outbreaks, with the effects being stronger in the summer. In the summer, a 45 and 49% reduction in the median VLN for more intense dust outbreaks compared to non-dust outbreaks days is observed for observations and model data. In winter, a 24 and 33% reduction. This means that the marine boundary layer on non-dust days have 735 meters height. In moderate dust storms, it drops to 500 meters. During intense dust storms, it drops down to 400 meters. Condensing the boundary layer takes all that humidity and takes all that temperature variation and drops and compresses it into one small layer. Then the Sahara air mass comes over that is very dry and very hot. Now you have a temperature inversion. It creates a reflective surface, which creates that duct. So this is measured in real instruments at the receiving island chain by researchers who live there. Now, USARI, what is that one? So our fourth source here, and I want you to pay kind of attention where this one comes from. This was presented at the URSI Atlantic Radio Science Conference. This is from Grand Canary, May 2024 or 2024. So it's a peer-reviewed conference proceedings. The authors are from the Institute of Technological Development, Innovation, and Communications at the University of Las Palmas on Grand Canary. The university is on Grand Canary in the Canary Islands, where the signal was received. These researchers are physically located where the signal was received. And what are they studying exactly? AIS signals received from vessels at a distance over 2,000 kilometers via tropospheric ducting in this corridor in August versus February. 2,000 kilometers further than, or 2,000 kilometers total further than the LoRaWAN record, double. Same mechanism, same corridor, different frequency, because this frequency is much lower. Different year, independently confirmed. But here's the bonus. Their MATLAB algorithm calculates the K factor from radio sondanda as a diagnostic tool to identify the ducting conditions. So a flat earther can claim K equals infinity because you have to assume a flat earth. But what you're actually looking at is in the Canary Islands, researchers using the K factor as an atmospheric measurement instrument. A measurement instrument. Seems like that would be important if you want to find out what's actually going on, right? It tells you what the atmosphere is doing, and it says nothing about the shape of the planet. Oh, thank you, Charles, for the goats. So let me pause here because I want to bring up something. Because this is where flat earthers will usually trip over the word K factor. We all saw this. And they're going to declare a victory because of some link management tool, link planning tool that they used, but they don't understand. So K factor is not assumption that the flat is Earth. It's an engineering shortcut. Dr. Blitz covered this. You can do the differential equations to kind of figure out the coordinate transform and everything else to kind of get what the actual n number is all the way across the board. Or you can do things a lot easier and change the effective radius of the Earth. The effective radius of the Earth is not the radius of the Earth. It's the effective. Under standard refractive index, we call that 4/3 R. Now, that gives you a K value of 1.33. However, studies in San Diego have shown that it can go from even a negative number all the way up to 4. But we use a standard refractive model at 4/3 R. So this means we use this because radio waves bend in the lower atmosphere because temperature, pressure, and humidity change with height. And when you have a temperature inversion layer like you do with ducting, that creates a different phenomenon. So solving that means ray tracing through the refractive index profile all the way up. That's the grown-up version. Engineers, I have other things to do, and whether or not I want to calculate what the K value is, so I'm going to use shortcuts. We use this shortcut instead of drawing a curved radio array over the real Earth to scale. We draw a straight array over an effective Earth with a slight different radius. So if you're using a standard refractive index, 4/3 R. Radio waves refract, regardless of bandwidth. And what I mean regardless of bandwidth means they refract going from HF, UHF, VHF, EHF, SHF, blah, blah, but keep going. Now, when you have weird atmosphere conditions and some propagation anomalies, you have a different K. And when you have ducting, the shortcut breaks down immediately, and you need actual refractivity profiles. So when you use, so instead of doing that and going through all those profiles and trying to hunt it down, we will move the refractive index to infinity. But do you know why we do that? It's simple. Because the curvature is no longer impacting the condition of the signal. It's the properties of the duct. And we already looked at that. The properties of the duct are what decide, and the stability of the duct decides how far it goes. So when we talk about it's dependent on frequency, we talk about whether it's an elevated or surface duct, how high it is, what frequency it traps, and things like that. This is basically us taking a shortcut because the curvature no longer matters. The duct matters. Because if it's transitioning in a duct that just so happens to follow the curvature of the earth, you might as well use infinity because it doesn't matter anymore, because what matters is the properties of the duct itself. Is it leaking? Is it not leaking? What is this? What is the capture frequency? What is the height of it? What is the depth of it? The thickness of it? All that matters more than anything else. So K factor is not cosmology, it's atmospheric bookkeeping. I'm sorry, I thought I was showing you guys the document. My bad. So apparently bookkeeping is now forbidden because it keeps catching stupid claims, I guess. Now, we're almost done. This next document is very simple. It's about electronic warfare. So it talks about radio propagation in electronic warfare, which means you want to see the other guy before he sees you. You want to jam the other guy before you get jammed, all these other things. This is what goes on in the defensive posture and offensive posture when you're talking about battling over the RF spectrum. In this actually requires no math at all. Okay, it's going to be very simple. When a surface duct traps EM energy and forces it horizontally along the wire, it strips the energy from the air column directly above the boundary layer. So you remember when we looked at the actual thing, the actual duct, there's a top layer, and there's a bottom layer, right? Now, the problem with this I'm trying to find I think I just passed it, but let me find out where it goes. So when we talk about RF anomalous propagation, okay, it occurs in many forms. So because it traps the energy and forces it horizontally along the water and prevents it from actually being able to expand upwards, a radar inside a heavy duct can track a surface target from 200 miles away. And at the same time, it can be completely blind. And there's an image in here that kind of demonstrates this, but for a different reason. An aircraft directly above it. So at the same time, it can track a surface one from 2,000 miles away or 200 miles away. At the same time, it can be completely blind to an aircraft flying 500 feet directly overhead because it's trapped. It does not allow it to come out. Again, based on frequency. So how does this work exactly? So before we get to that, this is an operational problem. The Navy calls it a radar hole. And if you go down here to section here, under AP, which is anomalous propagation, another type of refractive condition, AP may produce a shadow zone, commonly referred to as a radar hole, sometimes allowing an aircraft or ship to approach within visual range but remain undetected by radar, as in the second example. Radar operates completely the way it should, but yet it doesn't see the target where it should. Why is that? So this is a serious problem. It's documented, it's known, and it's operationally significant for the Navy. So how does this work on a flat Earth is my question. On a flat plane, a weather layer on the ocean surface cannot make an aircraft in completely clear, unobstructed air above it disappear from a radar screen. The geometric line of sight from the antenna upwards is clear. The aircraft is visible. There is no mechanism for the sky to become opaque while the surface becomes transparent. On a globe, this makes sense. The wave is being refracted downward and away from the sky. Basically, the energy is physically diverted downwards and refracted along a corridor. The radar holds a geometric consequence of the wave bending around a curved surface. Nice study. Hold on. Let's look at that. Oh, I'm going to take that one back for later. Let me move that over here. Thank you for that. Who sent me that? Who sent me that? Quee, thank you for sending that. Okay. So, last but not least, we have measurements above all else. The measurements are this. Now, I'm not Max. I don't speak Spanish. So I had to get someone to translate this for me. This is the Spanish Ministry's annual natural particulate episode report for 2023. What the hell does this mean? Well, it documents every SAL or Saharan Air Layer intrusion affecting Spain and its territories throughout 2023. Guess what is a territory of Spain? You guessed it, Canary Islands. So in July 2023, hold on a second. See, Canaries down here. Let's see. Hold on a second. I got to find out. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. I got to find the page because I'm a noob. Oops, wrong one. View more. Okay, S8. Okay. Come on. I had the page, but then I went on what test and everything got screwed up. Okay, so there was three separate intrusions of the Saharan Air Layer into its territories. Okay, so here's the first one from 18 June to 1 July. Canary Islands down here, you can see that it's not affected. But then we can see up here that it is affected. So we have July 1st. Then we have another one. By the way, this is called an AMET. You guys can pull this up on your own, or again, you can pull it from the link. Let's go to the next one. 25 June to 1 July. Let's see. Oh, so here's the actual July itself. Okay. So we had one from 7 to 25 July. And we had, and again, these gives all the maps as far as where the ducting was, where the intrusion was, and things like that. And these intrusions are basically measured. And the way that this works is specifically because it has to increase a certain amount. It has to be a 25% inversion. 75%. If it does not reach 75%, it does get reported. However, right up and before on 19 July, we had an inversion. with the SAL. We also have one on July 1st. We also have one July 11th through the 15th. There's also one for July 19th through the 18th and 19th. Now, the record was set on July 30th. So if I go to page, right here. So from 29 July until 1 August in 2023. This page shows that the multi-model dust analysis for this time, okay, at 12 hours, H plus 0. 0 forecast lag. This is what was actually happening and what they were measuring. And what they were measuring is that it slowly grew across. And by slowly growing across, you can see it slowly, like weather, slowly build up. In the sense that it went from hold on a second. So let's see. 12 hours UTC. That's why I wish I could read Spanish. So this is the dust surface concentration coming out. As you can see it grow outwards here to the Canaries. I'm sorry, the Canaries are up there. That's the Cape Verde. So it grows outwards. So the high pressure system over Northwest Africa that had driven 3 Sahara episodes that same month was still active here. That we see here. So July 30th was not just a random day. It was a sustained period of Saharan Air Layer. Now, did it actually mount up to an idea that the 30th was an actual 75% percentile threshold that was met to report it? No, but it was met before that on the 18th. So ducting conditions were still prevalent, but yet none of that happened except on the 30th. And ducting prevailed afterwards. None of that happened afterwards. It only happened on one specific window of minutes on a given day. So basically, we have geography that 100% or near 100% ducting availability in the June, July, August season of West Africa. One of the best ducting corridors on the planet. Surface ducts that are 3 times higher than they are in the winter rate, and the elevated ducts are at 86% at night. The marine boundary layer is compressed from 700 meters down to 400 meters during intense Saharan Air Layer events, as measured in the Canary Islands. The corridor is confirmed independently by AIS signals going over 2,000 kilometers in this exact corridor by the Canary Island researchers. How come none of those are used as flat Earth? Oh, yeah, because they don't know about it. Because they figure it's not an article in a headline that they read. A month of histories. We have 3 documented SAL events that hit the Canaries in July 2023 before the record. Northwest Africa is a high pressure active between 29 July and 1 August. And the time of day, which was 2040 local, which is the evening transition, elevated duct increasing towards 86% nighttime peak. The gateway was actually not at sea level, was actually 600 meters high on volcanic La Palma terrain, not at sea level. And the signal came in 9 to 10 dB stronger than free space physics allows, basically a waveguide fingerprint, and it received a total of 3 packets, then silence. Basically, it's a transient weather event, not geometry. It's not evidence of a flat plane. It's a meteorological bullseye. Now, who wants to learn something cool? I'm going to show you something. Well, let me preface what this is first, okay? So let me show you something, but let me give you what the color scale is so you can read this. Black means no ducting. Purple means possible. Blue means weak ducting. Green means moderate ducting. Yellow means strong ducting. Orange means very strong. Red, pink, and white means intense to extreme ducting. Now, this is from measurements. It's also a forecast as well as updated in real time. Now, the corridor that runs from Portugal here, I don't know if you see my hand, to the Canary Islands down here. So it's over 1,300 kilometers. The tangent drop is about 137 kilometers. The midpoint obstruction relative to a straight chord is about 34 kilometers of curvature. So whether you frame it as a tangent drop or a midpoint bulge or whatever, the conclusion is kind of the same. A 9-meter transmitter, a 600-meter gateway do not have ordinary line of sight over these kilometers, unless the Earth is flat, right? So the geometry is dead before the packets even leave the boat, because we already realized that the signal would have never got there because of free space path loss. But it did because the duct concentrated the signal, which is why it got there with so much overhead. So map 1, this is map 1, January 4th, 2024. Trace this corridor. Portugal down here, up here. We see nothing but blues. We see nothing but purples, a little bit of black and everything else. So this is the dominant Atlantic duct in January is displaced to the mid-Atlantic. If you look, the dominant duct is down south, down here to Cape Verdean Islands, all the way around West Africa. So wrong season, wrong the corridor is dead. The duct that is there is going the wrong way. 2 independent failure models, no duct and no link budget deficit. Okay, no big deal, right? So map 2. This is from August of 2024. Now I tried to find 2023, but Wayback Machine doesn't have it. So I figured I'd use one from a year later to give you something similar. But look, we have the Canary Islands here surrounded by ducts. We have duct going from the south to the from the southwest to the northeast. We also have one south going southwest down to the down along the edge of Africa there. But the corridor itself, right around here, you see it's blue, purple, and black. So the duct is in a wrong configuration. No repeat of the record. Now this is August 10th. Okay. This is from 2023, actually. Yeah, that was, okay, hold on. Let's go back to that. This is 2023. This is on August 10th, so a week after, okay, a week and a half after. That duct has now either moved south or moved north. You have 2 different ducts. That's the exact same time frame as when this was going on. So why did these move? That's subject to weather. But if we go on, but if you want to see what the duct would actually look like, or what the properties would look like, you have this. Canary Islands to Portugal, all in pink. You see the Canary Islands are embedded in orange to red and pink ducting. The ducting northern extent is reaching towards the Portuguese coast. The corridor is running through favorable territory all the way. Both endpoints are inside or near the waveguide simultaneously. This is the configuration class of the duct that made the record possible. And yet, the record has not been repeated. Did not return on August 24th before the gateway went down in September. Favorable conditions returned, but the record did not. Nor did a longer record. Because even when the corridor is running through favorable duct territory and it has the endpoints where it needs to be, you need the transmitter inside the duct at the right entry angle during a window when the duct is deep enough to actually trap that actual frequency and stable enough to sustain propagation over 1,300 kilometers. And on July 30th, 2023, at 7:40 UTC time in the evening, that window existed for approximately a few minutes. And 3 packets were received. Then it was gone. So 3 maps, same ocean, same corridor. Oops, going the wrong way here. Through the same line. January was black and purple, wrong season. August 10th, the duct was enormous and real, and you can see it. But you can see that the configuration shifted. Right season, wrong position, no repeat. And then you saw what a duct would actually need to look like, and the corridor is completely covered all the way through. And on a flat plane with constant geometry, all 3 of these maps would look identical. The distance doesn't change with the seasons. 85 miles of Earth curvature cannot shift between August 3rd and August 10th. It's still there. The line of sight cannot be different in January versus August if the geometry is constant. But the maps don't look identical. Why? Because it's meteorology bending a wave around a curved ball through a temporary duct that existed for minutes. So they can cope. I have a long list of questions I'm sure they'll cope with. But all of it is pointless. Because it doesn't back up the fact we have empirical evidence that this area has been tested for decades. It's a known fact. It's something we can not only forecast and predict, but we have to for operational statuses. We also have ways to get away from a duct. Let me show you something that's a little bit interesting and why it kind of proves that the flat earthers don't really understand what they're looking at. I want you to look at this right here. Now, this applies to all 3 ducts, but we're going to look at the first one here. Oops, hold on. No, AIS comms were a little different. They were specifically like one-offs and things like that. You can look at the paper. It was consistently having issues being trapped into ducting. That's why they were able to see that far. But it wasn't like 100% of the time kind of mentality. It was just basically whenever ducting allows it. But it was a study that was done over a few years, if I remember correctly. So the average trap frequency in gigahertz. This is something that it kind of proves that flat earthers don't really understand what they're doing. Everyone should know, especially if you watch this channel, that if you go higher in frequency, your wavelength gets smaller. If you go lower in frequency, your wavelength gets bigger. So when you talk about a trap frequency, that's inherent on the size of the duct itself. So if the duct is too small, it will not get the lower frequencies, higher wave or larger wavelengths. So if you look, actually first here, if we look at the percent occurrence based on bandwidth, right? You look at 100 gigs to, or 100 megahertz down to 20 gigs. Let's just look in July and September during the day. It goes from 3, 41, 50, 71, 88, 93. Because the smaller the wave, or the shorter the wavelength and the higher the frequency, the more easier it's going to be trapped. So when it talks about a trap frequency, specifically in July and September, in this thing, it says 0.82. Am I on the right page? No, I'm not. But that brings up a valid point. That said 0.82 on just the next square over. This square, it says 0.46. That means something needs to be at least 460 megahertz high before it will be trapped. Anything below 460 would not be trapped on average unless something very specific happened in that localized event. But over the decade I did these measurements, that was the average trap frequency. So if you aren't transmitting, it's not there. So if you're transmitting and you see it, like we forecast and everything else, we're like, okay, so let me apply a real world example. Let's say a Navy ship is going to be operating in this corridor on the way as it's transiting to the Med. Let's say it's the USS Gerald R. Ford and it's strike group leaving the Caribbean on the way to the Mediterranean. And as to transit this area. Now, knowing that there may be hostiles in the area, we make a communications plan that allows us to make our transit with as little impact to our communications as possible. knowing this square is here and knowing that it's a high probability of ducting, we would turn around and change our frequencies to use lower frequencies to reduce the chance that it would get trapped in the duct. Why does frequency matter? Because of the size of the duct. Why would frequency matter on a flat Earth if the line of sight was the same? It wouldn't. So that is your, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was showing shit. My bad. Here we go. This right here, average frequency, 0.46 in July and September. That's 0.46 gigahertz or 460 megahertz. And if we go down just to the next one over, which is square 111, you can see that the average trap frequency in July, which has a lot different, you notice has a very different percentage of occurrence, is 0.82. They're only separated by 10 degrees. This is how much this is studied. This is how much this has to take into consideration because people like the U.S. Navy needs to know this to go forward and how these things go. So no, there's evidence that's documented, it's consistent, and it's multi-source and independently confirmed. We're talking about U.S. Navy operational radio sound data. We're talking about peer-reviewed global atmospheric climatology. PhD Adam down here in the bottom can confirm to this. We're talking about 6 years of ground truth radio sun measurements from the receiving island chain itself for AIS transmitting. A URSI conference paper from researchers physically located on those same islands, official Spanish government meteorological records, primary project documentation from the team that set the record, and telemetry data itself, which no one ever shows, which shows that the signal arrived 9 to 10 decibels stronger than the flat plane free space allows. So the LoRaWAN record is not a globe killer. It's a tropospheric duct event, a brief, precise, meteorologically driven alignment that produced 3 packets and then collapsed. So every source used today is linked in the description, available in the community Google Drive folder. If you are prefect and above, it's there. I will release it in about another couple weeks to everyone else. It's numbered 1 through 12. Here, let me actually post something up for you guys so you guys can see this. So if you go to the debunk guide itself, it talks about all the different things, the sources that are all, and each of these sources are labeled in the actual drive itself. So you have S2, S1. Why is the name? Hold on. All right. Well, it's all fucked up in numbers. Usually, I'll figure this out later. But the numbers are basically supposed to be in order. So it has the debunk guide on top and it has all the ones listed. I'll figure out how to do this. Now, if you wanted supplemental things to learn about it, some of the things that we have is I can show you a month of the same ducting that went on just last week and how it changed based on here. You have mild ducting here on the 21st, but yet on the 17th, you had no ducting whatsoever. So it's a little bit of an idea to understand how the ducting information works, how it's forecasted, how it's measured, and stuff like that. So if this was useful to you, hopefully it was. Share it, use it, provide everybody else with this same sort of information. And if you haven't already, hit the like button. And if you like, something like technical and to learn probably a little too much about the specific things, maybe subscribe. So that way people know we exist. And especially if you find yourself coming back on the regular, exactly, please do. Tori says, it's almost like you know this stuff. I know. Crazy, huh? Logic says, we are tested on some of this for our ham license. DX competitions worldwide taking advantage of this info. Absolutely. And that's what I brought up because I think Logic was actually in Whatcast's chat when I brought up ARRL distance records. Here, let me bring that up. Let me just bring up a whole new window. Close this mess. God, I got so much shit open. I do apologize for being a little scattered today. I'm usually a little more defined by that, but hey, you know, we got rolling eventually. ARRL distance records. Okay. So for those who don't know, DXing is basically long range distance records using VHF. And as Logic says, he's a ham operator. They deal with this all the time, and it's part of our testing. We have to understand propagation methods. Now, mine was military training, not civilian training. I'm working on the civilian training just because I want to be able to do it. But the problem is I want to actually study it and not just try to take the test from the military training, because there's two differences that happens, specifically the bands that we use. The military does not touch VHF at all, at bare minimum at all, because of its unique nature. And the other problem is that it's licensed. So now in a time of war or in a time of necessity, the military can stomp all over a civilian. We don't care what your call sign is or whether or not you're entitled to that frequency. We'll use it anyway. However, we tend to use HF for long distance communications, primarily bouncing off the ionosphere. We use UHF for line of sight, and we use SHF for basically satellite communications as well as line of sight as well. So let's talk about distance records real quick. And I showed this. So if you look, hold on a second. Let me go to Discord. Discord. Hello. Shit. All right, hold on a second. Let's just end the Discord task entirely. Thank you. Now we'll go ahead and pull up to Discord again. Now, the reason why I'm going to Discord is because there's a certain image that is done, and it's from one of Witsit's schooling the Globers about radio waves, blah, 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 fucking blah. Now, we already covered this on a live, but I want to bring it up because I think it's helpful. I don't know where Discord is. Hold up. It's not in that window. It's not in that window. It's not there. It's not there. All right, here we go. Okay, so okay. So wait for this to pull up here. Am I dropping a shit ton of frames already or something? What's going on? No? Ooh. I'm trying to pull up shit for you guys, but it won't work. But that's all right. There's a second way we can look at this. The website's not pulling up. So you guys are hiding flat earth all. I'm telling you. No, I'm kidding, because that's sarcasm. All right, so here's the transition here. Okay, here we go. Yes, Nick, and ELF for submarines also, because that actually follows the curvature of the things. So here's a document that you'll see behind Caleb's head, or in somebody else's video, or in Witsit's video. Now, you notice it's a spreadsheet, okay? But the spreadsheet doesn't have anything on it that helps you identify what it is, but let me help you. The first one is the frequency in megahertz. The second one, we'll come back to that. The third one is the transmitting call sign and where it's at, as well as the map grid. Then it has the receiving, the location, the state, and the date. Now, as I showed it on Matt's thing, there's a couple things that are important more than anything else. The thing that they never talk about is they say, look, it's 106 megahertz. It's way above HF, so it shouldn't bounce off the ionosphere. Explain this, Glover, checkmate. But they ignore this second column. The second column that's colored talks about the propagation method. Each propagation method has its own. Now, let's just go to the distance record itself, and we'll talk about this as a whole. So 144 megahertz. Now, that was talking about 106, I think it was, 160. 144 megahertz, way above HF. And we see that the highest one that they have is, some of the highest ones they have are 2,000 kilometers. Now, you can put these call signs into the ARR website, and it'll tell you the city, state, country, and I think even coordinates of where they are. Not really important, can be important, but I'll come back to that. But the thing that's important, especially about these, is going to be the distance and the date. So when we look at these two went the same things, coming from two different transmitters being received by the same station on the same date. It's like, I wonder what could have happened in February of 1986. February 1986 geomagnetic storms. Actually, let's go one up. Geomagnetic storms, 1986. Oh. A magnetic storm began on 6 February and reaches peak on 8 February with a KP index of 9, the highest possible value. Huh. So why hasn't that been broken in 40 years? Doesn't prove the Earth's flat. It proves it used the aurora to do it, and it used that the geomagnetic storm was so intense, it created an increased thickness of the ionosphere as well as increased ionization of the ionosphere that allowed it to actually reflect other signals besides it, the normal 40 megahertz. Now, there's also other ones in here. There's also meteor scattering. Meteor scattering is called by even airplanes, meteors coming into the atmosphere, which goes through the stratosphere. When it does that, it ionizes those and creates a patch of ionization that you can bounce off of. There's sporadic E, because when the solar radiation actually radiates and creates the ionosphere or ionizes the particles in the ionosphere, what it does is it's not homogeneous. It's not like everything's affected. It's going to be based on the season, the latitude, and things like that. So you'll have pockets where in the E layer of the ionosphere that are denser than others. So those are called sporadic E's. They're like little clouds that you can bounce off of. So if you're going to turn around and say that the ARRL, right, has distance records, and you're going to say that's proof of the flat Earth, you can't just say I'm just going to take the frequency and run it. No. You have to take everything involved, which includes the date and includes the propagation mode, because they actually investigate the propagation mode to figure out how this works. Here we go. We have troposcattering scattering on the A, which is Atlantic. We have C for continental or Caribbean, I think it is, and then we have P for Pacific. Now, here's what I want to show you. I want to show you these three lines. Okay. 4,000 kilometers from one originating station. Shout out to Kilo Hotel 6 Hotel Mike Echo. And it was received at these three stations. I bet if we pulled up these three stations and placed them on a map, you would see a duct. They would be longer or shorter along that same corridor. Same thing with these two. Same thing with these three. Maybe not the top one, but at least the bottom two. Same thing with these two. Now, the funny thing is as you get higher, you see that aurora is not placed up much anymore, but you start seeing a lot more troposcatter scattering, right? Or ducting. But around 900 megahertz, we get a new player. We get rain scatter. And for all those who listen to Sully, who said microwaves are not affected by weather, would be wrong. Because as we keep going higher in frequency, what happens? Rain scatter becomes the prevalent method all the way across the board. Because rain scatter means that it's going through, because rain actually attenuates the signal, but it also creates scattering effects. So when it hits the when the signal hits the raindrops or hits rain or rain clouds and things like that, it scatters. Now, when it scatters, you don't really care where it goes when you're DXing. You just care it goes forward. And when it scatters, most of the direction is in the forward direction, just like tropospheric scattering. As we get even further down, further down, further down, there's snow scatter. That's up here at the 47 gigahertz range. So, not proof of anything. Only proof of one thing, and that is people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and that's why they're flat earthers. Logic uses an app called MagStorms to track geomagnetic storms in real time. Yeah, it really is. It's really cool. Well, you know what, Ludwig? You had your chance. Thank you for derailing all the chat, and I appreciate all the engagement you gave the channel. You're now done. Because people come here to actually learn something and discuss something and not be derailed by stupid morons like you. Because I know that I talked over you and I use things like addition and subtraction, things that you have a problem with. So why don't you go hang out at Whatcast so we can laugh at you? Drunk Debunk Show so they can laugh at you. I'm not a point and laugh kind of guy, so you can get the fuck out. And while we're here, take that with you. So, there's their best evidence. Explained away very simply with a couple documents and actual working knowledge of how shit works. Versus, why do they use infinity? Okay, we use infinity because the duct is the part that matters, not the curvature of the Earth. Why do we use 4/3? And why does that inherently be our standard model? What about the 61 other days that they were transmitting received nothing? What about all the other times that weren't records that go ahead and show line of sight at 4/3 R that is used every day in the military, every day in civilian world and everything else where there's not an anomalous propagation? The only thing you can say is that the atmosphere attenuates it, and you'd be wrong. Uh-oh. Evil producer. Evil producer coming in clutch. Proof the Canary Islands are surrounded by ducks. Hundreds of them. Thank you, evil producer. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Dougal. Sorry, Dougal. Sorry. I can't read today. How much longer am I going to be streaming? I don't know. Maybe a little while. I might jump over to Max's. And Taylor and Teu says they would say not to all this. Yeah, they would. So now we open up Q&A. What do you guys have questions about? Like when you listen to Toon and Sully and Blitz and Sully and everything else, is there anything that wasn't addressed that you have a question about you'd like to know? I'm happy to provide evidence for it and provide some sort of background for you. While we're waiting, it's time for refill. Does Geek happen to be here? I see Connor's here. I mean, I love seeing the all the regulars in here. I appreciate you guys being here, supporting me, supporting the channel. Just being here is plenty enough. I was going to have something to show you guys today, but I forgot to pick it up for the mail room. And to be honest, it's going to take me like 10 minutes to get down to the mail room and back and run up the stairs and show it to you guys. But the Newton tube arrived. So we are going to fry some people's minds by demonstrating a coin or a washer and a feather falling at the same rate in a vacuum. And falling at not the same rate with air pressure. That's a good question, Deplorable. I don't know. I mean, I could come up with various reasons without any evidence, just like they do. But that would be mean-spirited, and I don't want to be seen as doing an ad hom, which isn't an ad hom. I'd just be insulting. My USB port is failing. I use a different one. Okay. What happens when a man and woman really, really love each other, Whale Panties? I'd have to see proof of that actually happening. Tori Hanzo with the 100 sex. Thank you, my friend. Spank you for teaching us stuff. I guess this topic is a bit on the technical side compared to other Flurf Globe shows. Yeah, it's going to be, because the problem is they read a headline. And based on that headline, they decide Earth flat. And some will do some research. Sully did his. But the problem is you notice when he showed up his slides that said pretend Earth radius as opposed to effective Earth radius, you can tell what he was actually doing. But when you do your actual research, and here's an idea, and I'll say this to DT if he's here and Ludwig if he happens to still be here. Why don't you go ask somebody who does radio? Go on to the ARRL website. Find a radio club near you and go ask questions. Go be an asshole. Go ask questions and not be interested in the answers. Or if you're afraid of embarrassing yourself, and you should, purchase the ARRL handbook. It's on Amazon. Here. I might, you know what? I'm even going to do you a favor. Here you guys go. If you don't want to ask somebody, you can learn yourself. Not written by NASA, written by engineers. This is the handbook for radio communications. But here's the problem. A, you have to be able to read. And B, you're going to have to lift 5 pounds and 1,280 pages. So there's that. And there are, but let me tell you guys, there are pictures. So, but I don't recommend looking just at the pictures. Please read the text. Deplorable asks, why did you get a vacuum tube when you can just show Pete and Repeat's video? Because, Deplorable, I want to do a demonstration live at the Lowell Folk Festival with Mike from the Drunk the Bunk Show. I want to watch kids get all confused and spark their curiosity and what other things they can do. Because in the meantime, I'm thinking about bringing a monitor, and I'm thinking about playing Brian Cox's video on loop of the bowling ball and ostrich feather. I think it was ostrich feather in a very tall vacuum chamber falling at the same speed. So do the demonstration, Carnival Barker style, take a poll. What's going to happen when there's air in the tube and when there's no air in the tube? And when we're all said and done, play the video so they can see it as an outro and then go on to the next demonstration. Would you rather fight a chicken every time you get in your car or an orangutan with a sword once a year, every year for the rest of your life? I'll take an orangutan. Would you rather fight 100 chickens or 100 possums? Ooh. Chickens are mean little bastards. Well, I'd take the chickens in that one because then I would have 500 pieces of fried chicken to cook. Are storks real? Do they really drop off babies? Yes, Tay, they do. And they're subject to line of sight radar. When we add people to our group, we physically go to the James Van Allen building on the Iowa campus for the test. The name is Kryptonite. Yes, it is. Absolutely. So, that brings up that whole mess. That brings up that stupidity. I got a little spicy on Whatcast, but it was fun. I'm sure I got reported because he was told to boot me, and he didn't, which I appreciate. I don't think I dropped the R word, but I did call him an idiot and a moron. So there's that. The guy coming in hot and just talking over a conversation that was already in place annoys me. So, and the fact he came in to say he was an engineer in infantry just annoyed me even more. And that just kind of like, all right, now you're just a fucking window licker. And not to take anything away from infantry, everyone has a job. But if you're going to talk about secrets and security clearances, you have to have had one first. He didn't. So therefore, shut the fuck up. That's how that goes. Because I know what I had to sign. In fact, I have it somewhere. I have the actual files from my background investigation for my security clearance, which was top secret special compartment of information. It's like this thick. I mean, literally would know what that is. I mean, he sees it every day when he goes to the bathroom. But it was that thick of a file of background information and investigations, stuff like that, so I can get my clearance. So unless he had one done, which for infantry, I don't see why you would get that. You don't get to talk about security clearances. You don't get to talk about what I can and cannot say because I hate to break it to you, radio's working isn't classified. I'm not telling anybody what frequencies I used, and not to mention anything I used from 30 years ago has likely already been declassified. If I see anything wrong, DOD will be on my doorstep right now. Or maybe tomorrow. No, actually, probably right now because, well, it's Sunday, but West Point's not far. And actually, one of my neighbors is a JAG lawyer. So she would be here knocking on my door saying, what are you doing? And she's not. So I thought after Vlad told us about the cooked birds on Navy boats, I thought you would be fed up with cooked birds. You have that clip? I don't remember what he said about cooked birds. And to be perfectly honest, I blocked out a lot of what I ate in the Navy because I don't ever want to think about it again. Uh, and not to mention, I was more of a I was working during the day on the flight deck, so I didn't really get down to have lunch or dinner or something like that. So I usually ate breakfast and mid rats. So see you later, whale panties. And you know what? You stay curved too. Any specific anecdotes on how atmospheric ducting affected activities in the Navy? Yes. Um, Let me pull up. Was it? Let me pull up a website real quick and show this. Oh wait, did I show the handbook? I don't remember if I did or not. I don't care. Um, so here we go. Let me show this. You know what? I'll show actually this one with me now. Um, I'll fade this in. Okay, here we go. Uh, Deplorable said my security clearance form that I had to fill ran up to 62 pages. I forgot the total amount of pages, but it was unreal. It was like I was an 18-year-old kid. Like, where have you everywhere you've lived in the last 15 years? I'm like, dude, I was 3. How the fuck do I know? And then the funny thing is when I do the investigation, they have any sorts of ways to get information about me. Like they actually went to my guidance counselor at the school to find out if they even knew who I was. They didn't. So therefore I was never in trouble. They talked to the principal to find out who I was. They interview not your parents, but interview your neighbors to find out what kind of a kid you were. Were you constantly in trouble and things like that? They interview, they'll call your parents, say that you are, what's the word? You're enrolling for a credit card or applying for a credit card. So, or a new car, and they want, they want to verify some information. And the thing is it's a conversation. So the conversation can be like, oh, I have kids too. I know what this is like, blah, blah, blah. I got a good kid. How's your kid? My kid was good too. You know what I mean? Like these are the things that they do to make sure that they're trying to find out. They want to know who I hung out with, who my friends were, things like that. So they can look into them and see, are they all felons now at 18? Are they incarcerated? Things that would basically be problematic. He claims that radars are cooking birds flying by. Well, he'd be full of shit. The vaginal opening of a female blue whale can be up to 1 meter in diameter, making it the biggest pussy in the ocean unless Ludwig goes swimming. Facts. Here's the problem. Vlad was never on a ship. If I remember correctly. Hold on. I can find out. Let's go to this. Nope, that was mine. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Oh, geez. Hold on a second. I'm really glad I'm not showing this because there'd be problems right now with me doxing myself. All right. So basically, I have. Hold on a second. Let me. Uh, Geez, I got a bunch of shit on here. None of it's helping. Oh wait, did I do it? Hold on. Here we go. So Vlad specialized in subsurface, Slick 32, which is some surface ships, and he was also air crew on an EP3. So I don't have all of his defense orders, but generally speaking, I wouldn't say he was on a ship. But if he was, I would say that the radars A do not cook ships because I watched them, and B, I would say that generally speaking, he's full of shit. But I'll leave it at that. So anyway, so let's talk a little bit about ducting. So this is today's duct. This is off of eastern U.S. There's some strong ducting out here in the Atlantic. Not really much here. There's a weird little one right here. It looks like a temperature inversion going on here. There's some ducting goes across the Great Lakes. That's a little interesting right through there. But the fun thing is I can kind of do this and I can kind of go, let's see the North Atlantic today. Holy shit. Well, we got a lot of ducting out here by. Let's see. Bermuda's up here. No ducting there. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at. No, not that. So, that was Dougal who asked any specific anecdotes of how atmospheric ducting affected the activities of the Navy. Yes. So let's say today I was on a ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz or was patrolling, let's say out of here as part of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. See this white area? That is severe ducting, which means that a lot of our problems are going to be compounded, especially at night. So what we would use is we would drop our frequencies as low as possible to facilitate what we're trying to do, to try to escape the duct. We would try to rely on other, other platforms to provide us with information and things like that. So we couldn't always trust our own instruments. So basically, there's a lot of things that are going on. It's going to be what direction? Because again, just because there's ducting, if you look at this white area, that is a large white area. This goes from Oman all the way around to almost Yemen, and the ping goes all the way to the output of the Red Sea. Just because there's a temperature inversion here and that there's ducting probable doesn't mean that the ducting is A, stable, or B, that it's going to trap the signal. It's going to be kind of like, we know it's happening. Let's see what happens. So there's additional information that we would get from our weather teams locally and from other ships to identify what the gradient is, to figure out what is actually happening as much as possible. So in the event that we're getting contacts from 2,000 kilometers away, we know that we're not going to be able to rely on that, and it's going to create those radar holes above the duct. Well, if that's the case, being an aircraft carrier, we would just send E2 Hawkeyes up, and put them above us at 25,000 feet or whatever, altitude, and let them scan for us. So the idea is that we try to eliminate that and try to work around it as much as possible when it comes to radar and communication. So knowing that I can communicate upwards to an E2 Hawkeye who can play telephone and communicate outwards for me, you're coming down above the duct, and the chances are you can still have line of sight to individual ships that you need to talk to. So sometimes you're going to have to play radio or telephone to get your message across, but it's a real world application. Same thing with radar signals coming in. We would basically try to rely on the E2 Hawkeyes and stuff like that to provide some kind of radar coverage in those areas where we know we're having problems getting predictable results. Yeah, color. The white is extreme ducting. You notice there's no ducting over land. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, hey, look. Is Aldebaran in the chat? Everyone wave to Aldebaran down here in Hawaii. So if we look, California is notorious, especially outside San Diego, is notorious for having K values all over the place. And it's a giant pain in the ass to operate within like this, what we call East Pac, between Hawaii and San Diego. Luckily, it's our own backyard, so it's not as, say, important than if you were like in the Middle East, like if you're part of a blockade, or you're transiting the Gulf, or you're part of a no-fly zone in Iraq, things like that. So, but if you want to look, like today's Sunday, we can look at what Thursday looked like. Thursday had severe ducting going on down here around San Diego and LA, in the Canary Islands. And we can look. I was hoping to find. I can only go back a week, unfortunately. But like, okay, here we are, by Japan. You got Japan up here, and then you have everything else. Like you see this, you can see the circular motion. I bet if I pulled up a weather map right now that I would see a low pressure system sitting right here, right off of China and Taiwan. Yes, the Atlantic ducting could be shown, could be El Nino. Yes, that is very true. The difference is the ducting is going to be part of the is more or less. I mean, there's a lot of mechanisms that can actually cause it, but it's both specifically the temperature inversion layer. And the funny thing is the humidity index, which is why the Canary Islands is so paramount. The humidity index between the Saharan air layer and the Atlantic is stark, right? It's very aggressive. It goes from very humid to not humid at all, in like it's not a very big gradient. So it's what we call an aggressive cutoff. Humidity is weighted 4 times higher than temperature when you're trying to figure out the N value for ducting and stuff like that. But I'm curious. Let's see. Weather map. Japan. Holy shit. Remember I said that there would be a low pressure system sitting right here, a big storm? See this? Okay, so we see this storm, right? Now let's see this. Pretty cool how that's related, right? Looking at this map, I can tell you what the weather is like. Buckeye, you are not wrong. You are not wrong at all. It's like every engineer, every radio ham operator, every pilot, the amount of people that have to be in on it is so immense. And what? They're going to threaten us with jail with a non-disclosure agreement? Come on. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I could say something classified and they'd have to say, they would be beholden on them to find out that I did say it. Granted, it's on YouTube. And they'd turn around and sit there and say, was it classified or not? And have to look into it. So when I talk about my experiences, I try to be very vague about them just because I don't want to cross that line. But even if they did, what are the chances that I said something super top secret that was like a report that I read that was like no foreign dissemination? Zero. So, and one thing I learned since I was like, you know, a Gulf War a veteran in Operation Southern Watch, a lot of what I had privilege to was usually on CNN in a month, sometimes a week, sometimes the next day. So a lot of what I was dealing with on a classified level were being declassified left and right as part of the newsworthiness of getting out to the public of what we were doing in the Middle East. So let's go to the Middle East. Let me ask a couple of these questions real quick. So, Nick, if the Earth was flat, what would be the point of AWACS? There would be no point of AWACS. So this is today, Sunday. Let's go back to Monday. Monday, that ducting did not go all the way down here. Let's see what Tuesday looked like. The strait itself, that's about it. Let's see. Wednesday, we start seeing it grow downwards. Well, you notice there's, oh, actually, along the same lines, you notice there's no white here in the Red Sea. There's a little bit of white here. Is that today's or is that's today's. So Wednesday, you can see a little bit of ducting here in the Med off of Israel and Syria and Turkey and Egypt. Let's see. Thursday, look at this. Look at the ducting that was going on Thursday all around the Horn. This was a nightmare day for communications. I guarantee you. In which case, when this happens, this is when you use HF and other frequencies and satellites to get point. Like, even though I could see, even though I know a ship is within distance for line of sight, its mass is 100 feet in the air. Our mass is 200 feet in the air. We can we have the 4/3 R, so we know that they're beyond the horizon, but like just on the edge of the radio horizon. Even though I know they're in line of sight and I could talk to them, I generally would probably if I was in this operating area here, like in the Red Sea or even the, what is this called? The Arden around Somalia. I forgot what that fucking place is called now. Even if I was down over here, I would probably use the satellite link to talk to them just to make sure that I wasn't dealing with anything else. I'll check Discord in a minute. You see, Friday, it was less up here. You know what I mean? And you see it's kind of spaced out now. This was Saturday. You see it kind of consolidate a little bit more. And then you see today, Sunday, it consolidates better. And sometimes, yeah, you can actually click and get different hours too. So you can see it develop and grow. Hey, Tori, buddy, thanks for being here. Thank you for all the sex. And I appreciate the compliment. Thanks for being here, bud. You are a gentleman and scholar. Vlad Clip, cool. Thank you. So out of curiosity, let's see. Northern Pacific, let's look. This is where the El Nino effect would be coming in. You start seeing ducting down here across the bottom. Let's see. I haven't seen any other northern, eastern, South Pacific. There you go. There's the equator. There's the El Nino starting to form in here. Everything else, you're gonna have temperature inversions and things like that. But you notice there's like a lot of black. It's not like it's all over the place. I mean, it's something you plan for, and it's something you try to sort out. Let's see. Let's go to the Gulf. The Gulf has this nice stretch going up this way. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. The North Atlantic. So here, I want to show you something. You guys see where it says this U all over the map? That U means it's unstable, which means that if you were to click it, you start seeing the U's move around. Generally, those are going to be on the fronts. So like this is like a cold front or a warm front moving in. You'll see the U's on the back track of that. That's where it's where the air is mixing. It's very unstable. So you can count on ducting might occur, but you are not going to know where it's going to come out. It could be 100 meters. It could be 100 miles. It could be 1,000 kilometers. You don't know. Yeah, Buckeye. Here's something interesting, and I found this out. Hold on. Maps. Google Australia. Okay. Can I pull up the maps? I hate that I zoom in for you guys. Here we go. I zoom in to make it easier for you guys to see, but everything else. I would beckon that, what is the cities that are down here? Is it Brisbane? Yes, Gold Coast, Brisbane. Okay. Brisbane, which is here, this little nub, to LA, which is here. Pretty straight line of sight, right? Now, there is a rock station in LA called KROQ, K-Rock. They should be able to be heard in Australia. But more so, there is a public transmitter in Australia. Hold on. Public, I think it's the Bald Hills Radiator. So it's the National Broadcasting Service radio transmission out of Brisbane. I believe. So ABC Radio in Brisbane, it transmits at 50,000 watts on an AM frequency, which is 612 kilohertz. From here to there, anything at 612 AM would be drowned out by 5,000 or 50 kilowatts, 50,000 watts. No way in hell you should be able to receive that signal from Brisbane in San Diego and Los Angeles and listen to ABC radio. Fact is, you can't. You're right, Buckeye, just more power. That's it. As long as there's nothing on the line of sight. And if you look here, there's nothing on the line of sight there. Maybe this island. What island is this? New Caledonia, Vanuatu. But that's a low enough frequency. It'd be diffraction, around those mountains without a problem. But you can't. Explain that. Exactly. Why would we need satellites then? Why? Here's even a better question. Why would I need different frequencies on a flat Earth? Why, as a Navy sailor, do I have UHF HF, SHF, and EHF frequencies for communications. Why do I need all three? The only people I'm talking to is me and the other 6 boats in my strike group. That's it. And the planes. I'm not even talking to every plane. I'm talking individual planes. I'm talking to AWACS. I'm talking to electronics intelligence platforms, things like that. So ducting, okay, so low frequency, medium frequency, 30 to 3000 kilohertz, and HF 3 to 30 megahertz being used for surface naval comms. So usually when we use LF, we're basing for ground wave. So could ducting have occurred? Yes, but it wouldn't have trapped that frequency because that frequency wavelength is so long. It wouldn't get trapped in a duct. It's generally going to be more, and depends on the transmitting station geographic location. You're talking about like the northern part of Australia. Then, yeah, you know what? You could, there could be ducting going on, especially about, what is this called? The Gulf of Carpentaria. So one of the supplemental information that's in the drive shows that January. So when you look down here, Karumba to Arakun had a duct in January. But in the summer, the duct went from Karumba all the way over here to, I forgot what this town was called. It's the biggest town that's over here. It's a fishing, what is it called? Numbawar? Is that how it's pronounced? There's a duct that stretches 600 miles across this, that these two would be able to talk to each other, possibly with ducting. But they couldn't talk to Arakun. But in January, they could talk to Arakun just fine with a duct, but they couldn't talk across here. It's weather related. It's weather impacted. So yes, they're aware of ducting. However, those frequencies are so long that the chances of them being captured by a duct are minimal. Now, when we deal with UHF and stuff like that, even though our communications are encrypted, we don't necessarily want the signal to be intercepted, if at all possible. So in ducting, we would try to use lower frequencies that aren't being affected by duct, just so we can hide kind of where we are. And to prevent adversaries from capturing our signals, even though we know they're encrypted, we don't want to give them signals to analyze regardless. But Dougal, I was using 3 to 30 megahertz in the 1990s. We still use it today in the 2000s because it's useful. It's useful for going over the horizon. It's useful for, talking long distances. It's useful for not being susceptible to ducting. It's useful in lots of different ways. But there's times where, let's say there's a geomagnetic storm where I don't want to use HF because I'm not sure what the critical frequency is going to be. It's going to be a lot higher. It's going to cause maybe the HF to not be reflected, but it might travel along before it gets reflected down. So it's something that I think that I do the math on is only going to go, let's say 500 kilometers, could actually go 1,000 kilometers and I still not hit my target of the ship I'm trying to talk to. Legit idiots believing in and other idiots following start of their own retarded arguments. Buckeye, you're not wrong. Buckeye, I think you're new here, but if you are, welcome. And because of your input, you get to wear a blue shield and help regulate the chat from these morons who show up. Aussies are the top operators during our DX competitions. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, DX Zone on the web is great. So why is Australia some of the best ones? Well, here's the funny thing about Australia. The northern part of Australia is known for ducting. But here's the other part. Between Australia and New Zealand is some of the best forecasting available. The amount of people you have down there, like for instance, there's a guy in New Zealand named Ben Knoll. He is a wonderful amateur meteorologist. He just loves weather. He used to live in the area I live in now here in New York called the Hudson Valley. He still does snow closings and forecasts and stuff like that throughout the year from New Zealand for the Hudson Valley. But when you have that kind of talent down there who can look at everything else and look at like El Nino, because Ben Knoll was one of the first ones to sit there and say, this is going to be an epic El Nino year before other people were saying it. He's been saying that for months, and it's proven to be pretty close to being right. He is a great, so knowledgeable and always seems to be on the money. I mean, he's not right all the time. Don't get me wrong, but he's right most of the time. And the Aussies have some of the best talent for identifying ducks and propagation methods and stuff like that. So when DXing happens, if you be out an Aussie, count that as a great benefit. And the advantage is that the ARRL doesn't always include Aussie records because that would be a different organization. Tay's listening while working on some art. Thank you, Tay. Hopefully my voice is not too irritating. I was considering how this might have affected things in World War II and might relate to my reading on naval history. Yeah, so obviously wartime, declassified wartime stuff is wonderful. One of the things that we talk about, one of the things that we learned, one of the first things we learned was still classified at the time, and it became declassified shortly after I reached the fleet. Was Hawaii, which was here, put out a clear channel signal talking about Midway Island being its water salination plant being offline, which is a big deal on Midway because there's no freshwater source. And they're doing that because they thought that the Japanese call sign Alpha Foxtrot was pertaining to Midway. So when they started reading the Japanese communications that we had already broken the codes for, shortly after making that transmission, we realized they were on the way to Midway. In fact, they even packed a desalination plant on one of the ships on the way to Midway, knowing or thinking that they were going to run right over the U.S. Navy during World War II. Hey, how do you think I feel sitting here? That's why I bounce my leg and make you guys all look like you're watching an earthquake. But we also understood the propagation methods and stuff like that, so we can listen in on some of these communications as well as their diplomatic cables and all that other fun stuff. So that is all the fun stuff about radio. I mean, we could talk about, oh, this is one of my favorite ones. Have you guys seen this on TikTok or some of these other places? Roger covered this recently. There's a bunch of people on TikTok who think this means that the Army Research Lab knows the Earth is flat. Would you be surprised to know that it's not? Because this is a 35-page document. Of 35 pages, just zoom out a little bit here. Let's see, starting on page, we start getting some math here on page 2. Definitely on 3, 4, 5. Oh, look, there's a whole shit ton of math and graphs on here. What could this all mean until the page 14 where it has a conclusion? It has some references, some blank pages. It has some scripting. It has some, some raw data to actually look at and everything else, right? So what is this document specifically? Well, it's funny because they give us an abstract. Basically, what this whole document is it looks at the interaction of radiated electromagnetic fields with earth ground in military or law enforcement applications of high power microwave systems. Basically, what they're talking about is using, um, I believe yes, 1.3 gigahertz frequencies to fry electronics and as maybe a crowd control device. It's used for basically high power microwave systems, or what they call a direct energy weapon in a general sense of the term. So what they're actually asking is that there are three types of polarization that goes for an antenna on a transmitter: horizontal, vertical, or circular. And what the Army did is they took all three of those considerations and tested them to find out which one would be best to deliver the most power of the radiated power on a target. Okay, so far makes sense, right? Still doesn't say whether or not the Earth's flat or not. But what they find is that they're talking about the reflection coefficients off the ground. They're talking about how to make constructive interference versus destructive interference. All these other parts that kind of goes into RF engineering. But the fact of the matter is, and the part that matters the most, I mean, they even go into things like seawater, wet earth, dry earth, lake water, dry sand, all the different parts that are going to change how that affects the amount of power that shows up on target. But the part that matters most is this: the effect of ground reflection on primary field components near ground for typical Earth parameters. Please, phase difference between incident and reflected waves results in development of field lobes that are more pronounced as radiating antenna is promotes. The total range that they tested at was 100 meters and 1,000 meters downrange. The total amount of curvature at 1,000 meters is like 8 centimeters, which is less than the wavelength that is being transmitted at 1.3 gigahertz. So is this proves in flat Earth? No. It means that locally, the Earth is just flat enough that we don't give a shit because we're only going 1,000 meters. The other question is, why didn't they test it for further? Because it'd keep going straight, and therefore it would be above the target, and therefore no longer useful. Yeah, let's pull up Vlad cooking seagulls, shall we? This will be fun. Hold on, let me just check that. Okay, let's see. Nope. 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 28 minutes of this video. God, I don't want to listen to 28 minutes of fucking Vlad talk, but let's. It was an hour long. Let's see.
Possibilities. That's what.
Hold on a second. Let's get this situated. Let's see what Vlad has to say about, something he knows a lot about: radar. So here's something interesting about Vlad. Vlad's specialty is electronic warfare. His job is to basically collect signals, analyze them, and be able to, identify them and stuff like that, as well as possibly jam them if need be, and things, that's what electronic warfare is. It's about denial of the electromagnetic spectrum, as well as manipulating it and taking advantage of it. Now, as a communications operator, my job was to know what the atmospheric conditions were and how to use it to protect our own communications. And then there's signals intelligence, which takes other communications and tries to, basically glean intelligence from them. Vlad used electronics intelligence. So that's basically ELINT. So we're talking about radars and other signaling and stuff like that. Not necessarily communications, but signaling as a whole. So being that he understands radar, he should understand what a radar horizon is. And being that he understands what a radar horizon is, he should know what curvature is. But I digress.
Right? I guess that's what I'm trying to say, is that the possibilities when it comes to the flat earth, the possibilities are endless. The possibilities are endless. And yes, yeah, radars can also give you cancer and cause an outbreak of illness when it was invented. This is true. But
radio waves do not cause cancer because they're non-ionized radiation. Ionized radiation, gamma rays, X-rays, those cause cancer or can lead to cancer. Non-ionized does not cause cancer. So CBAS, I would recommend that you A, look it up, or B, provide a citation because you're full of shit.
Another thing, like radar is extremely powerful. There is a radar on on these naval ships. One of them is typically on destroyers.
Aegis.
It's called a Spy 1.
Spy
Right?
1
So
is
the
part
Spy
of the Aegis combat system.
1 it's not a typical radar like you're used to. It's not the parabolic dish with the mechanical scan, whether it's, you know, bidirectional or it's a circular scan or something like that,
Okay,
right?
he's right so far.
But the Spy 1 it looked like a stop sign, right? And it's on the different sides of the superstructure of the
He's
ship.
absolutely right. Hold on. I want to give you guys I'm going to call out things when when it's right. Because it should be. So when we look at the Aegis, look at this. You see these panels right here? This is your Spy 1 radar. It's what we call a phased array. So what it is it has a passive scan that goes around it. And when you have an active scan, you direct your beam out that pad onto your target. He's not wrong. So far, he's right.
Structure being up above, well above the water line, well above the goddamn. Now I'm forgetting my naval terms, but the superstructure is the top portion of the boat, right? Of the ship, excuse me. And so this is an electronically steering beam of a radar. So that means the radar itself doesn't move, but the beam within it can move, right? It's an it pulses at different rates from different places on that big giant, that big phased array of a radar.
It can be, right? Let's call it what it is. It can be steered. It can be steered towards a target. If you're on a passive scan, you see a target, you can direct an active, so you don't have to wait for the radar to come all the way around, you know, to actually see it. So old radars, let's say the mechanical radars, right? It was a dish that sat on top of the ship, and as it spun around, it would have an arc as it spun around. So it would have an active signal as it spun all the way around. So it would see a contact, but you couldn't track that contact until it came back around to see if it's moving, you know, faster, slower, stuff like that. So there's different things that you have to take into consideration when you're doing this. This is like World War II radar, okay? Like talking about destroyers. If you've seen the Greyhound or that movie, you can see that they're taking scans, and they had to wait for the radar to come back around to scan to see if there's been any change in the position of their target. Now, the phased array, what that does is if your passive scan sees a target, you don't have to wait. You can stop, pinpoint that target, and now you can paint that target with an active scan from that panel directly, and you can steer it. For sake of another word. Calder, I've been out 30 years, and I forget shit, naval terms and stuff like that.
And so what that means is that you have a bunch of nodes. You have a bunch of small antenna doing a million jobs a second, damn near. And so this thing is so powerful I've known of people throw up bags of popcorn and stuff like that next to it, or birds passing in front of the radar, bags of popcorn blowing up, right? Birds passing in front of the radar and getting cooked, getting fried, or blowing up. Boom. It's like a fucking microwave working, this thing. But we understand that this phenomena is real, and we can prove it time and time again. We prove it all the time, right? Ghosts and the like are no.
What's the term Sully called it? Oh yeah, this is anecdotal. This is. Hold on a second. I want to look at something. Okay, so here's what I wanted to, and here's what I want to explain. So remember we were just talking about the propagation of on the flat Earth document for 1.3 gigahertz. The way that direct energy weapons work is that it's not instantaneous. You don't just cross the beams and get fried and turn into fucking KFC in a bucket. Okay, it takes a while for that object to cook from the inside out. So when you're using lasers against drones, just because they cross the laser doesn't mean they immediately evaporate into ash. That's not what happens. What happens is they actually go into the laser and their electronics start to cook. Their guidance systems, anything unshielded is the first to cook. And hopefully, if you keep it on target long enough, you can technically cook off some of the actual wings and control surfaces. But that's a laser. Okay, that's different. And talk about a radio world, this is like an urban legend. This is like the camel spiders of the Iraq war. Popcorn will not beautifully pop and fill up the bag by just throwing it in front of a Spy 1 radar. I call bullshit. Show me a video where that happens, because it needs time on target. My microwave is 2,000 watts or 1,200 watts, okay? It takes over a minute to cook the kernels hot enough to get the first pop. Even if and that's at 1.3 gigahertz or 1.2 gigahertz, something like that. Even if I were to amp that up by 10 times, it's not going to be enough. Yes, the plural. We all have rotisserie seagull on a daily basis, apparently. No, so here's the thing. So when you talk about like, I guess a microwave would be, no, you know what? I take it back. Microwave is 2.4-ish hertz to 3, I'm sorry, 2.4 gigahertz to like 3 gigahertz, 3.5 gigahertz, I think, because it's actually on the same frequency as the lower band of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, which is complicated. So it can heat water and it's very efficient at doing that. But it's not like, my God. The microwave works because it's sealed, right? You have the door, you have that grid on there. It reflects the radio waves, the microwaves that are in it, into the popcorn. So it's constantly bouncing around and everything else. Just because a signal is going out and you throw a bag in front of it doesn't mean the popcorn's going to fucking pop. In fact, it won't. Jesus Christ. Does RF cause heating? Yes. We have a certain thing called man aloft. If I'm going aloft on the superstructure he was just talking about on a ship, I have to let the command know so they can lock out certain transmitters so I don't take an unnecessary radio dose while I'm up there. Does it mean I'm getting cooked? No, I've been in front of a radar before where I can feel myself getting warm from the inside out, but I was not fucking cooking and getting cancer and getting sick. In fact, the reason why they found out that the transmitters were so susceptible to heating effects was because it melted a chocolate bar in someone's pocket way back when radar was first invented. I don't know what to tell you, except people are dumb and they believe stupid shit. That's all I gotta say. And they believe stupid shit. Sorry. That's all I gotta say. Mute. Thank you. And they stop. Mute. They believe stupid shit. Sorry. That's all I. So apparently Max was talking to Vika and Vlad. Hold on a second. What was that? Hold on. Let me go to somewhere else here. Let's see. Let's see.
And again.
Perfect. Let's watch this. Because this is funny shit. And for those who don't know, Deplorable does the hard work. And he subjects himself to this shit so I don't have to. And he sends me all the bonus clips, which I appreciate. So let's watch this for a minute and find out how dumb Roger, Derek Nelson, and Chris Connolly are, shall we?
Yes. If he does it again, I'm going to drag him out of his car and whoop his ass.
Well, he's not that far from you, is he?
Well, here's a little insight into Roger's little viewing patterns.
No, he's not. That's the point.
Well, yeah, he obviously
he's
knows
like
you. Yeah.
10 minutes away from me.
Holy crap. That's not
This is
far.
right on the front page of this. What is it? Field manual or something?
Yeah, propagation of electromagnetic.
No, he wants to fuck around and find out. He'll find out.
Okay, so let me back up here. Derek is swearing that Toon was outside his house at night. So let me back up a little bit here because it's worthwhile. The paranoia is fucking obscene.
I think they've loosened the rein somewhat, but they still have these anti-flat earthers out here, which they're not globies. You know, like McToon, Craig, the rest of them.
They're just absolutely hostile.
Yeah, they have to be because that's what their job is to do.
I've said it before, but I'm pretty sure that McToon was actually sitting outside my house.
Really?
You heard it here first. Here first, folks. Toon is actively stalking some fucking random flat earther.
A couple of weeks ago.
Not that long ago, huh? Wow.
Yeah, stalking me.
Toon, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, him.
I call bullshit.
That's what I'd do.
Shit. If he does it again, I'm going to drag him out of his car and whoop his ass.
Well, he's not that far from you, is he?
Sure, Derek.
No, he's not.
Sure. Oh, and Toon's not that far from me? No, he's not? Oh, really?
That's the point.
Well, yeah, he obviously
he's
knows
like
you.
10 minutes away from me.
10 minutes from what? His address that you have? 10 minutes from Minneapolis? 10 minutes from what exactly? Because I've driven to Minneapolis. I had an actual fucking job interview there one time. Holy shit. I thought LA had traffic. Minneapolis has traffic too. So 10 minutes could be like 5 blocks in downtown Minneapolis. So where, Derek, are you exactly? Because I call bullshit.
Holy crap. That's not
So
far
right
out.
on the front page of this, what is it? Field manual or something.
Yeah, propagation of
Again,
electromagnetic.
Of course he wasn't that far. He was parked outside his house. Derek literally lives in his mom's basement and watches Bob Ross on TV. Oh, yeah, he's the guy that he turns on his camera and points it at the TV as it's playing Bob Ross the entire fucking time. Talk about weird. I don't. I mean, people do weird shit. I get it. Damn. That's like really weird. Okay. So Spirited Seas, highly recommend. It's the Gosling's rum from Bermuda that I actually turned geek onto. And it's aged for a year at sea on a container ship. So it's basically a stowaway for a year between New Jersey and Bermuda over and over again. It's like 80 trips over the year and good stuff. Unfortunately, the bottle's getting low. So I'm going to have to go buy another bottle soon. When, I don't know, but this is going to be bottle 3 because Derp makes me want to do stupid things like drink heavily. I'm just kidding. You guys have never seen me drunk. You never will, but I am a very fun and smart ass drunk if there ever was one. More than I am sober.
He wants to fuck around and find out. He'll find out.
Oh, and I hope you got some protection there.
Yeah, I hope you got protection, Derek. Wear a condom.
He'll need protection.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Go get on the live stream if he comes over and take videos, man. We'll record it for posterity. And if you're whooping his ass, it'd be even better.
By all means, commit a crime and put it on the internet. By all means, please do.
So we want to take a look at these? Okay. You ready, guys? We're going to look at propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth.
You read that right. You can release on this date. You can find it by this number.
My question is, where do you find these documents? You got to FOIA request them, or can you look them up
Roger,
anywhere?
I just did that. Hold on. Let's do it again. Roger, let's do it again. Okay? Watch. Hold on. Let's do this. We're going to look at it twice, okay? We're going to try ARL-TR- Look how much it comes up on the first one. Holy shit. Man, that is a FOIA request waiting to happen. Wait. Hold on. That might be too hard. Let's, it's kind of hard to read here. Let's try this. Propagation of electromagnetic waves over a flat Earth. Oh, shit. Look, it comes up on the first one. No FOIA request. Fuck. Goddamn, Roger, if you actually looked up shit, you'd find out what it actually does. They're not hiding it. Here's the best part. Here's the document, right? Everyone agrees that this is a document. Okay, watch this. What the fuck does this say right here? It's been approved for public release and unlimited distribution since 2001, Roger. LaFleur's just found it. What else you got to say?
A patent office or research facilities, or where do you get them from the Fed?
You might be able to just Google them. I might be declassified. It's 2002. I don't know. It's some kind of. It's at the top on the label. Some kind of.
Well, I have a few documents you might want to look at too. That
never classified. Never declassified because it was never classified. When it was released, this is a simple engineering problem. When it was released, it was approved for public release, distribution unlimited.
FOIA requested a while back that are actually to do with a lot of the older expeditions to Antarctica and their field research with the light and magnetism nearing what they thought was an actual dome, is what they were looking for. And there's actual they use a couple of different tools, and they'll walk you through all of it. I'm not very too savvy with necessarily the gyros they were using, and there were a couple.
Roger, you're supposedly the radar and radio expert of flat Earth, and you're not too savvy about gyroscopes or anything else like that. You could always ask somebody who does know, but you don't. So go figure.
Couple of sensors, but I'm not really sure what they actually do. I'll have to look into.
He's going to push play here, I hope, real soon. But I want you guys to watch what this woman does in the video. Okay, get your face palm protection. Get any sharp objects away from you. Close all your windows before this happens. Okay, I am not liable for what she does to your brain. That's all I'm going to say.
But there's a whole a list of 30 documents that he got from the federal government on it. They were researching it back in the 50s and the 40s when they first did the expeditions down
Land the
there.
plane, dude.
Oh, let's check it out.
Now let's go through it. Right here in the table of contents. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. What? Flat Earth again? Found on page 1. Weird how they're not using the globe. Consistently with flat Earth. Huh. Oh, there it is
Hold
again.
on. Let's pause for a moment. So basically what she did is she went Control F, flat Earth. Okay, so let's go all the way up to number 1. Flat Earth, okay. Flat Earth, okay. Comparison of principal fields from an ideal dipole oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat Earth. Can you explain what homogeneous flat Earth means, please? No? Okay. Comparison of principles from an ideal dipole oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat Earth. Oh, so it just continues to the second page. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Oh, the same thing. So here's the funny thing. She highlights this right here. Remember? She highlighted this. This is page 11. Funny. Figures 6 and 7 are plots of the field produced by the two dipole orientations. These plots compare the predominant field components for each dipole orientation at 1,000 meters and 100 meters, respectively. There you go. Dumbass 101. Second law of Flerf, first law of Flerf, take your pick. Why is it only at 100 meters and 1,000 meters, and why does it matter? Gee, I wonder why the fuck it matters. Because it's locally flat enough to be considered flat because no one gives a shit about 8 centimeters of curvature. Holy shit. Come on, lady. Oh, wait, hold on. She was looking at the reference. Hold on, wait. I want to pull up that reference material too because it's funny. Let's see. So this talked about figures 6 and 7. So here's 6. Flat Earth. Oh, here's 7 on page 12. Flat Earth. Okay, cool. What else we got here? Let's see. That's 12. Okay. This M file plots the fields over a conductive flat Earth protocol by an ideal dipole placed on the distance above D, blah, blah. Oh, excuse me. Blah, blah. Location of observer, RHO in meters. 1,000. Flat Earth here. Distance here. Huh. How come you didn't show that? Oh, but hold on, wait, there's got to be more, right? There's at least one more. Oh, fuck. Just a report documentation page. That's useless. Oh, hold on. But wait. Security classification of the abstract, unclassified. Security classification of this page, unclassified. Security classification of this report, unclassified. Limitation of abstract, unlimited. Fuck, Roger, you are dumb as fuck.
Again. Not using globe Earth. And again. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. That's what that one was called. Now we're on to another one. Look it up by this number.
I got you.
Released on this date.
Oh, God. Do we want to pull up another one? I don't know what this one is. Let's pull it up because I'm sure it's not going to say what we think it's going to say. Energy budget model to calculate the low atmospheric profiles of effective sound speed at night. This sounds like it's definitely about the geometry of the Earth. Okay. I'm going to look at this one later. I'm just going to call this one, what the fuck? God damn it. My pinky's not working. Okay. I don't want to read this on stream, but let's just take a look at something real quick here. No, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Let's see what she says. Hold on.
This is what it's called from the Army Research Laboratory.
I've heard of it.
And what is this?
You've heard of the Army Research Laboratory? Sure? Are you sure, Roger? I mean, it's not like it's fucking classified.
That looks like a flat Earth.
Holy fuck. And look, the sun's fucking local too. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to start pouring shots. Yeah, it's the spooky music. Hey, Curious UK, how you doing?
With a near sun. One that's not 93 million miles away or 400 times bigger than the Earth.
She did it. She actually fucking did it. Did she not?
Flat Earth. With a near sun.
She actually fucking did it. Look, it's a near sun. Holy fuck. Oh, what page is this,
One
lady?
that's not 93
Oh,
million.
page 3. Okay, cool. I don't have to go looking for stuff. Let's find out what this fucking thing says, shall we? This is gonna be fun. Let's do research together. Blah blah. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Coordinate solution for the surface temperature, energy budget model implemented by ABFAs, similarity-based profiles, hypothetical case. Let's just read the introduction. Advanced sensors and computer models for the surveillance, detection, identification, and tracking sound-emitting targets in combat are rapidly emerging. Most new Army acoustic systems are unattended microphone sensors to construct small ground-based beam-forming arrays to determine line of bearing angles. Okay, set up an array, point it in that direction, leave, have that report back to the network, and have some guy sitting on a screen saying, "Hey, our sensors over here picked up some noise." A key element in determining point-to-point acoustic transmission is modeling the variation of the effective speed of sound through the lower atmosphere. Oh my God, no. Jesus. The effective speed of sound, which accounts for the bearing of the sound source from a given receiver and the compass bearing of the mean wind, is readily derived from measured or modeled estimates of air temperature, relative humidity, and wind velocity. (2.1) The alternate surface energy budget model described in this section is semi-empirical equilibrium model that explicitly computes each energy balance component except the flux of energy into and out from the ground, which is computed simply as a percentage, 10% daytime and 5% nighttime of the computed net radiation. That's an assumption. Oh my God. So why would they need this picture, huh, lady? Why would they need to show the sun being close to the earth and the ground and not have it to fucking scale? What would the scale be of a ground of, say, 100 meters and a 93 million mile sun? Would that be like, I don't know, millions of pages of blank documents with just lines across them? What is it talking about? It's talking about how, oh, a water cloud deflects some of the energy. Dust clouds deflect some of the energy. The ground radiates. It stores heat and then it evaporates. Holy shit, lady.
Million miles away, or 400 times bigger than the Earth. Interesting.
Look. Hold on. Did she really? It's got to be a different picture, right? It's got to be a different picture. It's got to be a different picture. No? Holy shit. It's not a different picture. Hold on.
It's like
She annotated it. Near localized sun, crepuscular rays, flat earth.
we've been lied to.
We've been lied to because I annotated a fucking picture from a document I didn't read and just used Control F on.
And there it is again, flat Earth.
Can you explain the short-range acoustic attenuation and the mathematical model behind it, please? No? Okay, then why are you reading this document?
The flight dynamics. I've seen some of those articles, but
Well, after months.
Oh my God. That was fucking painful. God. All right. How long have we been going? 3.5 hours. Just want to go over to Max, or do we want to hang out here, or is there something else you guys want to talk about? I feel like jumping out the third story window personally after watching that. So fucking dumb. God. 1 hour, 34 minutes. Let's look at this one real quick.
I heard the expression "I'm coming."
Give him 20 seconds to ramp up
adjust
here.
the spaces to adjust the tower on the bolts, so that way as you tighten them down, if it's off, if it's leaning to one tower.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah.
The special case talking about her brother's a mechanical engineer in a union. Oh boy, he's a union boy, is he? Yeah.
You got to study time and measurements in a book. You have a sticker in the Bible. Oh, yeah. Like
No
I said,
doubt.
50 feet up, and you could see the difference. I walked around that thing, and I was like, "Ah, shit! You got to take this. Why is this thing off?" And I put rulers across the base of that thing. You know, we use slide.
I think I know what context he's talking about here, but I'm going to backtrack because I don't want to straw man and call D-Man an idiot for no reason. Let's see.
What's up, brother?
Good, man. Chris, what's up, brother? Good?
Hey, man.
I'm all
He's
right.
sporting the Invisible Man for the last week now.
Yeah.
Who, me?
His-
Oh, yeah. He ain't been around. I wasn't around a little bit myself. I wasn't on there tonight. I'm getting clammy even just sitting here now. I'm like starting to get clammy.
He's delusional.
Well, I don't have a fever. But I'm just like,
I'm just messing with you, Demon.
I'm getting clammy. Like I'm getting I'm getting kind of like sweaty, but it's not sweaty. It's like
It's like that between cold and sweaty.
yeah.
Oh
Like
my
I was
God,
just
this is a fucking stream?
Season change. It's the season changing, bro. It's the same
Yeah.
with
Look, you guys have open season. If I ever talk about how fucking sweaty and clammy I'm getting, just leave, unsub, and go. And on your way out, give me a middle finger and tell me to stop streaming, please.
me all the time. When I lived in the Dominican, all the time when the season changed, I used to get sick every single time, man.
that's what.
There's a mechanical engineer in a union. Oh boy, he's a union boy, is he? Yeah.
You got to study time and measurements in a book. You have a sticker in the Bible. Oh, yeah. Like
No
I said,
doubt.
50 feet up, and you could see the difference. I walked around that thing, and I was like, "Ah, shit! You got to take this. Why is this thing off?" And I put rulers across the base of that thing. You know,
I think he's talking about a 50-foot tower with guide wires, and he put rulers across the base of it. What is the square footage of the base of a tower that requires guide wires, D-Man? I'm guessing even if you had a tower without guide wires, I don't know, maybe 25 by 25. I mean, that's extreme. 25 feet by 25 feet square. And you put a ruler across the bottom and you said it's flat? Really?
use slide. You know, we use these big digital levels. You know, I used really nice stuff that I grabbed from work. You know,
If it has guide wires, it doesn't need a footprint. It just needs a very small footprint because the guide wires are what's keeping it level and keeping it straight. So if you put a fucking ruler across a, I don't know, 1 or 2 foot wide fucking, antenna base, really? You expect to see curvature? Holy shit.
we use these nice digital levels and bubble levels, and I checked that like 30 times. That thing was as flat as you're going to get it. I mean, just as level as it's going to be. And I
Yeah,
was
but
like,
if it's off with the measurements, it's not going to be level.
well, it's just where the bolts came up.
Yeah.
It has the tower base doesn't sit directly on the concrete. It has these little
I know what you're
spacer
talking about.
washers.
Yeah.
Yes, it's got washers, and it's also got what's called like a seismic pad on it. It allows the ground to shift underneath the. Yeah, it looks something like this, especially in areas like California and things like that. Holy fuck.
Spacers.
You adjust the spaces to adjust the tower on the bolts, so that way as you tighten them down, if it's off, if it's leaning to one side, like I said, at the base it's only a sheet of paper, but at 50 feet up it's way off.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you don't got it just right, and if we had to take that thing down, I was like,
Yeah, I went to Black Mountain. You ever been?
If it was 1 degree off at 50 feet, what would be the deviation from straight? Can you do a arc tangent on that one for us, D-Man? Right, because you're the adjacent, right? And then the deviation would be the opposite. So arc tangent of 1 degree. Let's say the arc tangent of 5 degrees. Arc tangent. So at 50 feet, the difference would be almost 4 feet at the top. That's an astronomical distance. Okay, cool. I'm glad we're on the same scale here. I just want to make sure I was talking about the same. And that's at 5 degrees. Something tells me we would measure that quite significantly, pretty easily. If I think it's probably measured in arc minutes and arc seconds with a theodolite, but I digress.
You know what Black Mountain is, right?
I think I've heard of it.
And that's where Billy Graham's radio station is.
Oh yeah. So I think we talked about it before.
My dad did he did the radio work up there, so I got to climb up on the tower a couple of times. They go all the way up it, man. But
yeah, even antenna, even putting an antenna up.
Oh,
you know, if you got a 20-foot mast and that that antenna isn't clamped on to that mast just right, you walk around it, you're going to notice it. It's because you're going to notice it.
For fuck's sake. Here's an idea. Why don't you guys go out and fucking do some of this shit? That's all I got to say.
Higher up from the ground where the base of it is, where, like I said, you could just be off by a hair, but by the time you get to the top of that 20, 30, 40, 50, even 200 feet, it's even worse. Once you start going really high, they have to do these little micro adjustments to get those towers just right. You don't want it leaning to one side and then tighten up a guy wire to get it to pinch over. Otherwise, it's just going to snap a guy wire. The whole point is to have it perfectly straight up and down in every direction, then run your guy wires off of it so that you can get equal tension on the tower itself. So that way, if the wind blows one way or the other, the load is the same, meaning that that's basically the trick.
Roger. Is it AM or FM?
It's FM.
Wind load is what they call it.
Okay,
wind load.
Then that would be a tall tower because AM towers are generally a lot shorter. Because they have a long.
So according to ANSI TIA 222, which is the structural standard of antenna supporting structures and antennas, which is an international standard, the error margin from vertical, a tower must be plumbed to its local gravity, to its local vertical, to within 0.25% of its vertical height. So we're talking about a 50 foot, it needs to be to 0.125 feet. I had to think about what the 8th decimal was there for a second. So that equates out to be about 1.5 inches. So here's the funny thing, though. I'm going to let them play here. Hold on. Let me close that.
Longer
Let's do this.
range, and
Yeah.
the FM has shorter range. They keep them, make them a lot taller.
Yeah, they have wider bands, I think. Too, don't
Yeah,
they?
higher power too.
Yeah.
Big
So
towers.
they have like a 2,000 watt amplifier on the FM station.
The college radio when I was in school. I think the college radio station was only 150 watts. It was low. You could only hear it, I think, maybe 5 or 6 towns away, and that was all with perfect conditions. It was FM, but it was low power FM, so that they didn't have to bother with getting a special license. So I think 150 watts was the max.
You still need a fucking license. That's how it works.
Have you ever heard the expression "I'm coming through an FM"? Am I coming through an FM for you?
Yeah.
Higher frequency,
Yeah.
low range.
Yeah, this was college radio frequency. It was 90 was 80 89.5 89.9.
That's megahertz. Like your Wi-Fi.
Wow, way to go, Chris Connolly. You're right. If it was FM, it would be 89.5 megahertz. Yeah, great. Good on you. He was talking about AM though, so he obviously doesn't know the fucking number or anything else. So Chris Connolly got something right there. Quick question. And I can actually go take a quick hike and demonstrate this on my right around my house here, because we have a tower that's on the side of a fucking mountain. And guess what? It's plumb here. And these guide wires that we have that go all the way up the fucking antenna can be different distances. They all don't have to be on the same flat area. All that matters is that the distance up here is 0.25% of the overall length going all the way up. What's the problem? Doesn't mean the earth is flat, because I can do this on the side of a fucking mountain. So what's your fucking point here, guys? Can you tell us? Because I don't know what it is.
They got, like, I don't know if you have the new Wi-Fi routers, but they're Wi-Fi 6. They're 6 gigahertz.
Yeah, I got one.
I like walk out to my kitchen and I'm already like half a signal down, like half, because it's such a short range.
Yeah, I have an extender on the other side of the house. I could walk out. I could literally walk out in my yard and still have connection.
Well, temperature does affect AM a lot more than it does FM. You notice in the evening when it starts getting cooler, you start losing absorption.
Yeah, it gets staticky.
Because the heat is dissipating.
There's no radio stations up here at all. I only get like, well, up
Sorry,
here
I
I only get like 3 or 4 radio stations. When I was a kid, growing up with my dad's up in the mountains, we only got two TV stations. That's it.
That sucks.
Why do you think that was, D-Man? TV transmit UHF. Why do you think you only got 2 TV stations? Let me give you a hint. You ready for this? This is going to be funny. Okay, here, let's do this. Let's call this. Here's why you only got 2 TV stations, D-Man. If the earth was flat, this wouldn't be a problem. You would have got TV stations from Carolinas, New York, Boston, Canada, Maine, New Hampshire.
That's all we got. And I think 1 AM
You should
station.
get 3 stations, TV stations, and 1 UHF station.
Yeah, we
Turn
were
the
still-
antenna demon to sync.
Oh, it didn't help because you were in the sticks. You're in the woods, so there's just the signal sucks. Unless
I'm on the signal.
the signal's just bad because you're literally in the middle of the woods. It's not like up.
You sure there wasn't anything else along the line of sight that may have caused a problem? Like, I don't know, curvature, other mountains, diffraction. Were you in a valley?
Up here, I mean, I got to walk a mile to hit the next house.
You got to walk a mile? Jesus.
Yeah, probably 3/4 of a mile before the next house.
Well,
If I go down south, like the houses are right on top of my place.
nice. Well, just to make me feel good, being an old man that used to skate, I thought I'd.
All right, that's enough of that bullshit. I don't want to listen to your skateboarding news and all that other bullshit. Blah blah, fucking blah. Roger's an idiot, pure and simple. So, did you say anything else?
When you see one thing, I'm not saying that they're a guarantee, but there's a good case for things that are outside of our understanding, that we know that there's a case that there's a very good possibility that these things could be real. Now,
oh wait, we're going back to the popcorn and birds being cooked. I forgot. I didn't finish this. So let's talk about this for a second. So wait, Vlad, what did you say? I'm sorry, I wasn't really paying attention because you were talking. Let's go back. What did you say?
We understand that this phenomena is real, and we can prove it time and time again. We prove it all the time.
No,
right?
we don't.
Ghosts and the like are no different. So when you see one thing, I'm not saying that.
Do you just equate this to ghosts? Okay, whatever.
They're a guarantee, but there's a good case for things that are outside of our understanding, that we know that there's a case that there's a very good possibility that these things could be real. Now,
I'm more apt to believe a ghost is real than whether or not you throw a fucking popcorn pack or a seagull flies in front of a radar and gets cooked instantly.
I've had my own experiences with things that I cannot explain. I'm sure many of you have, right? And so we would hands down say, yes, these things are real, right? But there is no, outside of that, there's no way that I can prove to you that ghosts are real other than my own testimony and what I've lived through. However, men are flawed. Men are liars.
Yeah, Vlad. I guess you would know.
We see it day in, day out. The best of us are all fucked. There's a difference. When we come to you with the condition of this earth, we bring evidence.
Vlad has never brought a single piece of evidence that was not anecdotal and that was not I've never actually heard him present any evidence except some variation of "we see too far," and all anecdotal. Nothing that shows any paperwork, any math, anything else. It's just the debate's been settled. There is no debate. It's flat as fuck. That's it. I've never actually seen him present any sort of evidence whatsoever. I'd like to present evidence of a fucking seagull and a popcorn pack getting popped from a radar beam directly, instantaneously.
Give you the evidence. Every time, I don't know how many times I got to tell you that I hear, oh, flat earthers don't come up with evidence. Listen, we come up with so much evidence all the time.
Oh, you mean like LoRaWAN, which I just destroyed and told you it does not prove a flat earth, it's actually a proof of a globe because it's not done every day? How'd that work out? Not possible in a flat earth. Possible in a globe earth because we have ducting. Unless you guys are going to say that ducting also happens on a flat earth. But I'd like to see the mechanism for that and how the math works on that.
Time. Like, we're tired of coming back and giving.
I mean, could it theoretically? Yeah, I guess. I mean, could ducting work on a flat plane? I mean, I guess. But why would it? Why would it need to?
Giving you the same fucking thing. All right. You know what? Globe people remind me of that friend of yours, right? That keeps getting burnt by women.
Oh my God. Do I want to go into the misogyny of Vlad now or no? No, let's stop this shit before it gets out of hand. All right. What do you guys want to talk about next, huh? Anything? Oh wait, this one was fun. Hold on. This one was fun. All right, I have to use the restroom. How long is this? It's a short, so it can't be too long. All right, we're gonna let this one play out. And let's see what they have to say about moon recordings, shall we? Again, this is the geniuses over at Roger's channel. It looks like we have Scott, Level Realm, Roger, JJ, and Joe King. So I'm guessing that these are the best that Flat Earth has to offer. And I'm sure they're going to enlighten us with what the moon is and how it works and how we know the distances to it, right? I'll be right back.
Moon to me looks kind of transparent, whereas on the P1000 you see it starts to, around the bottom. That's starting to make that look a bit cratery and physical, and I think that's enhancing that to make it look physical.
Like 5 o'clock.
P1000 is doing.
Like at 5 o'clock on the moon.
Yeah, well, just around the bottom there, it just looks like the night moon, which you can see the craters.
Right.
I don't think you can see that before the digital age because, the moon isn't obviously a physical thing because it isn't a physical thing, potentially might not even have a position because, like, say, with celestial navigation, if you're on the water and you take an angle to the moon and you go up in a plane at 100,000 feet, you'd get the same angle to the moon. So they don't appear to have a physical location.
Right. As you go up, the moon goes up.
Well, it's an apparent location. It's apparent to your eye.
Yeah, and it seems to follow you around the moon. It's supernatural.
Yep.
A day moon to me looks kind of transparent, whereas on the P1000 you see it starts to, around the bottom. That's starting to make that look a bit cratery and physical, and I think that's enhancing that to make it look physical.
Like 5 o'clock.
P1000 is doing.
Like at 5 o'clock on the moon.
Yeah, well, just around the bottom there, it just looks like the.
My apologies, that went a little longer than I wanted it to. That wasn't actually the one I thought it was. What is the moon one? The Global went to bed. Hold on. Let me see if it's in Discord. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You have FM. Okay. I guess it's part of the same conversation.
Yeah, that's why one of my questions, proofs that I put out, is there any measurement to the moon? Is there a measurement from the Earth to the moon? Can you actually give us one?
Yes, there is. It's been done by thousands of ham radio operators, people like myself, radar, starting with Project Diana, and ever since thousands of times beyond that. Laser rangefinders from universities to the reflectors on the moon and back. It's been measured countless times. And none of them are associated with NASA. And outside the laser range finding, all of them are amateurs and not associated with any sort of university.
They'll give us one, but can you verify it? No.
Yes.
Can they prove it?
They'll bounce radars off that son bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We did it in Project Diana in 1946. Now, why was that important? Because Project Diana wasn't about whether or not we're measuring the distance to the moon. We could give a shit less what the distance to the moon was at the time because we already knew. What we cared about was using the moon as a target. Can we bounce radar off the moon? In which case, we know it goes the full distance, and whether or not we could see ICBM missiles coming in from our adversary of Russia at the time via radar. So we had enough early warning. That's why it's important.
200,000.
Yeah.
Some bitch keeps moving, bro. Like it keeps moving. So how are you gonna measure it?
Not even...
And how much does the moon move in, I don't know, 2.5 seconds? How far across the sky does the moon move in 2.5 seconds? Now, here's the funny thing. It's a second there, second and a quarter there, second and a quarter back. After it hits the moon, it could move, it could zip across the whole sky. It doesn't matter because the bounce is still coming back, right? It's independent. So it only needs to be where I need it to be for a second and a quarter. How much does it move in a second and a quarter? Gee, if only we could do the math on that. I tell you what, I don't want to do the math on that because I'm too far into the realm. You do the math and tell us what it is.
Even physical, obviously.
There's some flat earthers that say they even shot a laser and hit the moon.
No,
Yeah, they did. You can do it at university. If you actually went to fucking school, you probably could have done it if you were in a physics class.
heard that before.
I know, but it ain't. I mean, I should leave that alone. I mean,
You're poking the bear, man.
I heard a flat earther on TikTok say that we've been bouncing lasers off the moon long before we had the retroreflectors. And he's right. We have. But those are very, very special cases under very specific conditions. And even then, the signal we received was minimal. It was barely off the floor. It was like ant level. However, once we got the retroreflectors, the way they're designed is to concentrate the beam and the amount of signal that's hitting it and concentrate it to send it back so we get a better signal and we can time it. But again, you guys don't know this shit because you do your own research and you're illiterate because there's no pictures.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I think some of these claimed flat earth numpties need to be poked and slapped even because they're propagating nonsense.
Is there an app for that?
Yeah, there is.
That's a good.
Yeah, that's why one of my questions.
Shut up. I don't listen to your fucking drivel anymore. Let's see. Dr. Bass and Energy, Cult of Personality, Dukes of Hazzard, Never Ending Story, Uber is complicated. Amazon is complicated. Yeah. Thrust is complicated. No one listens. Mikey Lonely. Psychotic projection. Oh, that sounds like fun. Accidental confession. Roger loves deplorable, of course. Vegans are the R word. Roger's copyright. Living rent free. Gravity and Hell's Angels. Holy shit. Hey, Ace. How you doing, bud? How's life over on the X? I hope it's alive and well and you guys are keeping busy because, I've been keeping busy. Just not with actual fun stuff like debunking flat earth. Ace, you actually missed me clowning a TikToker on exactly how DXing works and to make his argument for him because he's an idiot. I'm curious. What's an accidental confession?
I thought I would touch back on what we were looking at today, just a little bit, just to round off Einstein's craziness. There's more to his theory to go with it. It's nuts.
Please don't tell me Roger is going to debunk Einstein.
But
not scientific theory, of course, a concept of the mind.
Concept, yeah.
And maths that doesn't work. Apart from that, it's great.
It's one.
None of you fucks could even contemplate a field equation from Einstein. I'm not saying I can, but at least I know my limits.
Wonderful, yeah. And I mean, if you believe it, it might work. No, it won't work. But you can do the math, do the equations.
Yeah, we could do the math and the equations. How about you do it, Roger, and show us? That should be fun. I'm not going to attempt it. I'd rather have a physicist who specializes in relativity. Someone like, I don't know. Who do I know? Dr. Blitz do that. Because I don't have a fucking thing. I can tell you about atomic clocks and time dilation, a little bit that goes on there how it pertains to synchronous networks. But that's about the limit of my thing. I'm not going to go off half-cocked on Einstein because I'd rather have someone like Dr. Blitz who has more of a foundational, a concrete foundation to go off of. Like, I don't know, years of understanding, teaching, and applying it. But Roger, please do tell us, do the math. Let us know.
I know. I had Break Joe tell we had a guy on the Flatch's channel trying to debate Einstein, and he's going through the equations, and he's like, "You're taking all the physicality out of everything." There's nothing
Einstein? Shit. Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a whole bunch of people that go to university who actually think Einstein is a very intelligent man, and
I'm not saying he isn't, but his theories are full of shit. So
no, most people.
Hey, Ace, is anyone dumb enough to actually start saying LoRaWAN is a proof of a flat Earth yet?
Don't know what he theorized, and they can't wrap their head around it because it all has to do with something you can't prove or disprove, and that's what light does.
Holy fuck! We have known within 3% how fast the speed of light is since 1850 with Foucault. And before him was Fizeau, and Fizeau used a fucking buzzsaw that could take off fingers with individual teeth cut at specific increments. And he was within, I think, 12%. And this is with oil lanterns, mirrors, and a fucking buzzsaw. And yet you think that it was Einstein who figured it out? Here's the key. I'm going to share a secret with you, Roger. Are you ready? You can look this up yourself. One of the defining parameters of the speed of light was Michelson, Albert Michelson, from Michelson and Morley, and his null result, the biggest failure, or the greatest failure in all of physics, or whatever they call it. Here's the thing. He used the speed of light to define what the actual AU is. That's the distance between the sun and the moon, using that specific number. So if you're going to use Michelson and Morley, you have to use all of Michelson, which includes, he understood the distance of the sun, he understood the speed of light, he understood everything else long before, like we understood the speed of light long before Einstein came around in 1902. 52 years before. Did the number change? Yes, it changed as it became more granular, as it became more, the technology became more available for us to do these things. But a guy on a mountain in France with a buzzsaw, an oil lantern, and a mirror got within 12% of the speed of light, which I could say more for you. You can't get into between 12% of dumb.
Yeah, you can't put you can't. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, I want to, and I said this earlier, and Ace, you can use this one. There's two variations of what classifies as microwave. 1 gig and above, or 3 gig and above. Either way, if someone uses LoRaWAN and they say microwave links and they use LoRaWAN for that, just remind them that it's 868 megahertz, therefore not microwave. So if they can't even define what the fuck a microwave is, they shouldn't be talking about it. You're welcome. Oh, no. Don't. Nick, you're triggering me. Yeah, I know, Ace. They've been, what version of celestial theodolite? God damn, I can't even speak. What version of celestial theodolite are they on now? I think it's version 45. I lost track because I just know Ruhif and Jesse has been annihilating it. And I saw that they were trying to bring back Battle of the Beams and use the wrong math again. They say ESS, the Enhanced Sea Sparrow missile is proof of flat Earth. Next, they will say LRASM. Fuck, dude. Now I have to look up shit because I don't remember all my acronyms. ASM. Help me out here. Oh my God, no. Really? The anti-ship missile from India. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is the long-range anti-ship missile for the Hornet. Oh, hold on. See, I like when you guys have stuff that we can talk about. Let's talk about this for a minute, shall we? Fuck you, Roger. You're pointless. I don't want to deal with you today. Let's talk about this. It is, it's 14 feet long. It weighs a ton. Holy shit. It's 25 inches wide, 18 inches high. It's got a wingspan. Ooh. It's high explosive blast fragmentation penetrator. Ooh, that means it must have a delayed fuse. Look at that. It has a turbofan engine and it has a 500 nautical miles. Okay, but wait, hold on. Wait, it uses GPS, inertial navigation, infrared, and AI guidance and onboard service to detect a high value target. Okay, hold up. God damn it. You guys are fucking triggering me on purpose. Okay. Let's talk about this. Oh, how fast does this thing go? So it's 2,700 pounds and it's 1,000-pound warhead. Fuck. That's no joke. Its accuracy is 9 feet, 10 inches. Okay. And there's a surface launch. Okay. Can we start over? Thank you. Yeah, screw off, DP. That ain't happening. Virginia class submarine to field the Halo. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let's back up here. So it is expected that the LRASM, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna, I don't know what they're gonna name that. Do they have a name for it? Anything? Did he give it a nickname or anything? Anything? No? Okay. Let's see. Navy said it would hold a competition for the anti-ship missile as a follow-up to the LRASM to enter service in 2024. Okay, so that's the competition. So, I'm like, so this isn't even actual, like, in yet, right? Is it in service? Yeah, it's in service in 2018. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's see. So, unlike current anti-ship missiles, which require light to be painted by radar, LRASM is expected to be capable of conducting autonomous targeting, relying on onboard targeting systems to independently acquire the target without the presence of prior precision intelligence or supporting services like GPS navigation and data links. So it does this with a multi-mode passive RF, a data link and altimeter, and a power system. It can be directed to launch enemy ships by its launch platform, receive updates via its data link. In which types of missile guidance in which a ground station or aircraft relays signals to a guided missile via radio control or through a wire connecting the missile to the launcher. Okay, so we can set RF. So as an RF data link to use or use onboard sensors to find its target. It will fly towards its target at medium altitude, then drop to low altitude for a sea skimming approach to counter missile defenses. Okay. So, but it uses optics and GPS and infrared and an RF data link and an inertial and an internal navigation system to get there. How does this prove a flat Earth? It's a fire and forget weapon. To ensure survivability and effectiveness against a target, it's equipped with a BAE Systems designed seeker and guidance system, integrating jam-resistant GPS INS, an imaging infrared homing seeker with automatic scene target matching recognition, a data link, and passive electronic support measures, and radar warning receiver sensors. All with AI software to locate enemy ships and avoid neutral shipping in crowded areas. So it's literally fire and it goes and finds its own target. How is that proof of flat Earth? Holy shit. That's dumber than Kanikabine. That's dumber than ESSM. That's dumber than anything. My God. It has AI to identify targets and to select targets. It has optical sensors, including infrared. It has an internal guidance system. It has GPS. It doesn't need to have anything painted. It's literally fire and let the computer run with it and hope it doesn't come back on you. Holy shit. Did someone explain to me why they think this is, by all means, some sort of flat Earth proof? Yeah, the stupid Burns. I haven't heard anyone make that claim, just a guess that they will. Nick, you're not wrong. But I mean, they say, I know, and I know that Toon covered this because I helped him cover it. They say the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile, Block 1, is proof of the flat Earth because its range is... What the fuck's the range? Where's the range? It's like 50 miles or some stupid shit, right? Oh, 50 kilometers. Operational range is 50 kilometers. So therefore, flat Earth. Because, well, you know, it's fired from a Navy ship with a radar, firing radar going to be at least halfway up to, or at least on top of the superstructure, if not towards the top of the mast. So it's got to be at least 100 feet up. But hey, let's just say because it can go 50 kilometers, it proves that it's a flat Earth. Okay, how about the fact that A, Block 1 has to be painted by radar, and the same ship who paints the radar is not the same one who shoots it. And B, it's also, where is it? Oh, yeah, a medium range surface to air missile and surface to surface missile. Just because it's 50 kilometers does not mean it's surface to surface. It's going to be impacted by a radar horizon. And again, using CEC, which is a Navy doctrine about networking ships together and sensors, you can have a radar from one plane or one boat painting a target and shot from another boat 50 kilometers away. Not hard. The missile would have to dip their nose. Yeah, just like a plane has to dip their nose. Hold on, wait. What about planes that have to turn left and right as they go around the flat Earth? Does that happen? Hold on. I want to find something. Aircraft landing. Hold on. Here we go. Is it dipping its nose as it comes down? Wait, is it dipping its nose? But it's falling down. What's it doing? How does it work? Oh my God. It's almost like only power is required at this point. Its nose is not dipping. It's flying off into space. I can't believe how dumb people are. Skip to 230 for the best part. Oh. You know me, I love best parts. Oh. 230. Okay, I'll stop a little shy. How's that?
Position errors. So, the position must be corrected periodically.
Every time the ADARU is powered up, it has to be initialized so that it knows where it is and which way the aircraft is pointed. This is called alignment. The operator enters the latitude and longitude coordinates.
Why would that matter?
And then the ADARU determines the aircraft heading. It does this by sensing the roll and pitch of the aircraft as it moves with the rotation of the Earth.
Oh. I'm sorry. I think I misheard that. Let's try that again.
Sensing the roll and pitch of the aircraft as it moves with the rotation of the Earth.
Oh. God, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. The Air Data Inertial Reference Unit is a key component of the integrated Air Data Inertial Reference System, which supplies air data, which is airspeed, angle of attack, and altitude, and inertial reference, position, and altitude information to the pilot's electronic flight instrument system. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I missed that part again. What did you say, lady, again, one more time?
And then the ADRU determines the aircraft heading. It does this by sensing the roll and pitch of the aircraft as it moves with the rotation of the Earth.
Sitting station.
Okay. Well, I don't mean to cherry pick, but I don't feel like watching 2 hours or 5 minutes of a video of something I'll never actually contemplate. But it seems that the manufacturer wants to take in consideration the rotation of the Earth. Not hard. So how about it, anything new going on over at X? I mean, I could just pull it up and we can look at the dumb shit that happens. I think my algorithm is still pretty fucked at that point. Yeah, for those who don't know, that's my profile right there. Whoops, here, let me move my head. There we go. See that? As you go to it, my profile. Oh yeah, look, see, look, it has the Unfornicated on there yet. See, look, wonderful. Let's go to home. What does home have to say? Ooh. Kelly, what were you playing with? Okay, as a surfer, I had to do something like that. No one cares. Hold up. Look, physics. Hold on.
Não posso parar. Não posso parar.
How's that work? I debate hub. And I've heard physics is illegal. You aren't wrong. Yeah, the pants thing. Look, as a surfer, you kind of like if you drop trowel, you kind of get a ticket. Indecent exposure, people get offended. And the towel around your waist to drop trowel and put on pants, it doesn't always stay where it should. So the pulling up through the leg and through the crotch and back down, especially like sweatpants, big time improvement. Boston concerts. Happy Sunday. So debate hub, you and I need to get together so we can discuss. I don't remember which one. Which one of you from debate hub is it? That's what I want to know first. There's like 4 of you that are on there. Yeah, less slip risk. You aren't lying. Chesh. Okay. Hey, Chesh. Yeah, we need to discuss the best rums. I don't remember who's the rum drinker over there, but Flat Earth is boring. Let's talk about rums. And if you ever want an ill-mannered sailor with a reputation of questionable reputation, kind of like FTFE, I'm your guy because I'm another sailor as well, being a Navy veteran. Although Craig was on submarines, those are ships designed to sink, and I was on an aircraft carrier, which means we were much bigger. Submarines were like our speed bumps in the freeways of the ocean. The next Rum and Coke night is on the 13th at 9 p.m. Eastern if you're around. I will definitely be around. Hold on, 13th. So I have this. Okay, so we're doing a fundraiser for the 6th. Okay, actually, you know what? Chesh, perfect segue. Let me transition this out of this mess real quick. Hold on. Let me give everybody a quick rundown of the schedule. For those who don't know, June 6th, the Drunk Debunk Show and Unfornicated, that's me, are going to be doing a joint fundraising stream for our Lowell Folk Festival, where we're going to be taking science to the masses, specifically the kids in Lowell, Massachusetts. We're going to be doing demonstrations and trying to blow their mind and spark their curiosity. We're doing that under we haven't really talked about it yet. Maybe Mike has. Tell me if I'm speaking out of turn. But we're going to do that under a new channel called the Globe Lab. So it's a collaboration between two dads, two semi-competent dads. As I like to say, we're basically two competent idiots who are going to try to share science with parents and kids and try to spark that curiosity. So one of the things we'll be doing is a Newton tube, which I have, and I still haven't picked up yet because it's the mailroom. It is a plexiglass tube, roughly 100 centimeters long. We're going to fill it with regular air pressure, and we're going to show that a coin falls a lot faster than a feather. Then we're going to take all the air out of it, and then we're going to do it again, and we're going to see that they fall at the same speed. We're also going to shine we're going to shine a flashlight through a vacuum tube. We're going to boil water with a vacuum tube. We're going to prove that sound doesn't work in a vacuum tube. We're going to paint planets. We're going to put kids on a green screen so they can download pictures of themselves in space. And we'll also have an open chair to talk to conspiratards who want to spouse their endless bullshit so we can debunk it live on stream while we're there for 2 days. Ace Fox, nice seeing you, sad to the wife. Pleasure seeing you as always. Enjoy the time with the wife. Enjoy date night and dinner, and I will catch you later. Yeah, Segway, not the one you ride. Yes, 6626. For those who don't know, hold on, let me pull this up because I think debunk. I can't. Holy Christ. My type, as I drink rum, my typing goes downhill. Yeah, here we go. Hold up. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Transition. So, because the channel's name is Unfornicated and is not kid-friendly, we have, and neither is the Drunk Debunk Show, not really kid-friendly, we have TDDS and uneffed for Globe Activism fundraiser June 6th. It's going to be a 12-hour event between Mike and I. Join, share, and support. We're hoping to offset our costs to do all these experiments, as well as the cost of the tent. Any support is thankful. However, just being there at the 12-hour event and being at the live stream while we're at the festival would be hugely appreciated. Yes. So Chesh, it's funny because have you met Mikey Smith? He doesn't debate, so I'm guessing the answer is no. Here, it's on Mike's channel. I'm going to, here we go. I'll put it down there for everybody. Let's pin that. Yeah, replace pin. Sorry, whale panties, you're gone. Okay. Hey, Professor Phil, how you doing, bud? How you feeling? I hope everything's doing well. Hope you're out of the hospital. I hope you're on the mend. No more of this bullshit. All right, this sickly stuff. Oh, Chesh, you are an absolute sweetheart. Thank you so much for sharing that. I greatly appreciate it. And I will be there on the 13th because that's the week after this stream. And I'll be happy to, we can argue the best rums because I have the best rums. In fact, here's something for you. This is Spirited Seas. This is made by Goslings in Bermuda. And they take the rum, they put it on a container ship and let it float back and forth between Bermuda and New Jersey for a year. So it gets a little saltiness from the Atlantic in it. Maybe a little saltiness from Jersey. I don't know. But either way, Good things. I also have a nice Eldorado 15. I have a Mount Gay XO. I also have that's also a 15-year-old, and I have a 12-year-old Appleton rum. So I'm happy to discuss rums until the cows come home. CSA, you are under no requirement to participate. Okay, so you heard of Mikey Smith. So Mikey Smith talks about doing the work, and Calder spells it the right way, by the way. He goes out and tells everybody that space is a cartoon, the earth is flat, like a tire, and all this other stupid shit. And he goes out and annoys people in public at parks, government buildings, festivals, and stuff like that. So last year, Mike from the Drunk the Bunk Show went to his local folk family festival and did globe activism. And he's done it at a park. And since last time he needed an extra set of hands, I volunteered to drive from New York all the way to Boston to help him out on this trip. And we are going to have a lot of fun doing it. So we're going to try to cause brain matter to explode all over from the kids and stuff like that over the curtains. And at the same time, do a live stream and have a lot of fun with everybody else. So I'm hoping, God, because Mike had a space denial, moon landing denial, conspiratard sit with him, and it was raining, like downpour. We couldn't, like, there was water on his phone. We couldn't actually hear him. So we're upping our game. I have a laptop with a 5000 series RTX that I'm bringing with me. We're going to put up some cameras. We're going to live stream the whole event. And that includes whether or not we get a conspirator who wants to come on up and sit down in some nice little chairs, and we'll mic them up and we'll put them on the internet and make them famous, which should be fun. Probing time. Don't make me time you out, you piece of shit. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you. Yeah, it's a nice mini collection. I also have some bourbons and stuff like that, but I'm still a rum guy first and foremost. Professor Phil is home, but still back and forth to the hospital. I hope it's all minor stuff. Professor, please tell me it's minor stuff. Chesh, do you want to meet Mikey Smith? You do. I know you do. And I know just how to introduce you. So make sure you put me on full screen. First, are you watching on your phone? This is important. This is very important. Are you watching on your phone? No. I'm not the toe, not the toe. Not the toe. I promise, not the toe. Do you have a large monitor? Like 27, 32 inch? Please say yes. Please say yes, Chesh. Please say yes. Because I want to introduce you to Mikey Smith's cat, whose name is Rakia. $22 is fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, it'll come across. It'll come across. Peel your eyes. I introduce you to Rakia and Mikey Smith.
Rakia, what are you doing? Yeah, let's see you turn around on that one. Huh? What are you doing? You're gonna fall in. Here. Balance on me.
Chesh, you're welcome.
You're gonna fall. Here, I got you. Come on.
You are welcome. Let's see. What are some of the? Hold on. Yeah, like here we go. Here's some
Okay,
dumbness
let's
for you.
do this moon video again. So we've got the moon in the sky, right? I'm gonna talk very, very slowly here. For those of you globies and flat earthers who think the sun is lighting up the moon, okay, there's the moon.
Chesh, have you seen the worm of the moon worms? Have you seen the handheld? I can't believe I got to say this. Have you seen the handheld infrared thermometer that he points at the sun? Have you seen those special moments of flirtdom for you? The moonworms, oh my God. Oh God, you are so missing out, Chesh. You need to come hang out here more. Who's got the link to the moonworms? Light moves like a worm, lights in the sky. Worm Moon 2020. Here we go.
All right, folks, we're here. We're going to film the worm moon here in southern Saskatchewan, and it is absolutely beautiful.
Hey, Mikey, why is the bottom part all wiggly and the top part not?
I will apologize for the clarity because people love when I film videos of Mars when it's not clear and blurry. So I do apologize for the clarity of this video.
Oh, is this the wrong one? I'm sorry. Hold on. 8 months ago. 8 months, 6 years ago, six months ago. Worm footage. Where's the worms? Hold on.
Made one video about it, and he didn't even mention my name.
No. Here we go.
Here, and it's going to. We got random loser. I guess looser, if you want to say correct. Videos of the moon, and he is so grateful of noticing that this squiggly worm supposedly came out of the moon before I even did 6 years ago. So he just noticed it a year and a half or 2 years ago whenever I presented it to him, because I'm the one who knew about it second after Russian vids. Okay, so that's what we got to do, hey? We just got to do the facts. We'll do the facts. It's the only thing we do here on this channel is facts. A fluffy white kitten, good to see you there. Good to see all you folks tune in. Yeah.
For those who don't know Chesh from Debate Hub, you have to go see her. Specifically, she was talking to Chris. I forget his last name. He's a former Scientologist and very much a cult aficionado, and FTFE. Her reactions during those things, I can picture reactions now 10 times as bad as a reaction like she's practically probably throwing things at her desk.
So we're going to go back to Roger Ledwell's live stream, the piece of rat shit that that's wrong. So yeah.
Come on,
and guys,
Mikey.
I have no idea what that thing was, so just one of those mysterious things that I record because I go out and look at the moon and the stars whenever
You
it's
do the
clear.
work, Mikey.
So yeah,
you do the work.
Then we'll go back to here and watch the first one.
No, Chesh, hold up. Are you on Discord? We got to have you up so we can talk about this. Can I give you a Discord link and you can pop up, or a Zoom link so you can pop up? I need to hear about your interaction with Russian vids. Because he is, yeah, he's a, if you got him away from Flat Earth, that's an accomplishment. That needs to be something celebrated. What do you want? Do you want a Zoom link or a Discord link? Take your pick. You're coming up to explain this shit. That's all I got to say. Okay, hold on. I'm dumb on Discord, so hold on. Really? Really? God damn it. I don't want to search Unfornicated. I don't want to search anything. I want to search Discord. All of Discord. There we go. Add friends. Nope, that's not it. God damn it. I hate Discord. Why do we do Discord? But anyway, by the way, I tell you what, here's what we're going to do. Invite to server. Copy. Here. Click that, Shesh, real quick. And then when you click it, go to, I don't even know my own channel. Go to party time. This should be fun. She is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Perfect. Now, okay, so everyone, Chesh, Zoo Crew.
Yeah. Yeah.
So our community is called Zoo Crew because, well, they're like animals, and they Friday nights get a little. Friday nights and Saturday nights get a little unhinged. You're a little more on the civil side of Sunday.
Yeah, usually.
So
I like to match
Friday nights,
energy.
Saturday nights, all pants are off, all bets are off. You don't know what you're going to get. So,
Okay, valid.
but so I actually coined the term Zoo Crew from something my chief used to call us in the Navy. So it stuck, and they wear that badge of honor, like a badge of honor. So so Zoo Crew, Chesh, Zoo Crew.
Hello, Zoo Crew. That's a good name. I like it.
Okay, so tell us about Russian vids, because he's always been a favorite of mine of stupidity.
Russian vids is definitely like, if you believe in one conspiracy theory, you believe in all of the conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah, no, there is not a conspiracy theory he has not found that he did not fall in love with like passionately.
I feel like I need to go find out when this was, and I feel like the stream got taken offline. But a long, long time ago, once upon a time, in a land far, far away, I went on to Red's Rhetoric's channel, and Red's Rhetoric and Sean Hufford at the time were trying to talk to Russian vids, and Red's wanted to bring me on to talk to Russian vids because he was like, "You got to do this. You got to talk to this guy," and I went, "Okay." I got a little bit of information about him. I'm like, oh, I see the kind of person this is. So I wore a blue halter top with like way too much cleavage and really bright red lipstick and like did up the makeup a little bit. I get into the call, and the first thing he says is, "I'm sorry, can you turn your camera off? I can't hear you."
Oh Jesus, that is the ultimate troll. Oh my God, he probably hasn't seen cleavage like that in years.
He got so mad at me that by the end of the conversation, he never came back.
Oh my God.
He got angry because he got so mad that he tried to start transvestigating me.
Oh my!
And then
no, he just started putting the face picture up with the triangle and all that shit.
Well, no, I was still live. Like, while we were still on air, he was trying to transvestigate me. So he was like, "Oh, well, you're just trans." I'm like, "Oh, really? Which way am I going?" I'm like, "Am I a woman becoming a man, or am I a man becoming a woman?" I did. I stood up and I leaned into the camera and got my throat and like the top part of my chest. I'm like, "What you looking at?"
Oh my God. I was going to say, you could have taken it one step further and started like unbuckling your pants and everything else and caused them to like just rage quit.
Oh, he basically did at that point. And so then he stopped doing Flat Earth and started doing transvestigation stuff.
Oh my God.
Because I think I triggered him that hard that he had to justify his interaction with me. And then he didn't come. He left. He did not talk to anybody. He refused to go on Reds' channel again.
Oh my God.
I don't even know if he's around doing Flat Earth anymore, but he was gone for years. Years this man was gone. I chased him away.
I loved you beforehand. I love you even more now. That is hilarious.
One stream, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours long, and he just did not come back. I got Spurs really good too.
So
Once upon a
Reds
time.
is a friend of the channel. I haven't met Reds yet,
Oh, yeah.
but he's been inviting me up to Boston where he lives now to go and hang out with him and direct the bunk show. But here's the problem: like Reds has like no kids, like no wife, no, he just has his job and a unlimited discretionary fund that he can spend on like huge pieces of glass and tubes called telescopes. I have a 15-year-old teenager that I have joint custody of. I heard 50% of the time. So I can't just at 1 o'clock in the afternoon say, hey, we're going go-karting. Do you want to come on up? Because he's 4 hours away.
Right.
So I love Reds to death, but we need to work on his planning. But have you seen his Titan eclipse on Saturn video?
Is this one more recent? Because I haven't been around Reds in probably 4 years.
Yeah, no, this was within the last year. So the Drunk to Bunk show and Reds went out to a park in, I think it was in Rhode Island, in the middle of the night in the cold, and ordered Wendy's to have it Uber Eats delivered to them in the middle of the park. And they got the shadow of Titan going across Saturn. It's on the Drunk to Bunk show. He's another one of our. So there's a small group of us. We call the Derp Vengers. It's DP Debunks, the Drunk to Bunk show, and the Unfornicated. So the three names that are all fucked up beyond belief. Of course, we're the Derp Vengers.
Perfect.
And we all share equally the Zoo crew. So that's kind of how it came out.
That's fun. I understand.
The fact that you did that to Russian vids is hilarious. I'm going to have to go look at Red's channel for that now.
Yeah, I'll have to go find it. It was like, I'll see if I can get like a time frame for it, because it was like a long time ago. Is the Russian vids still around doing stuff?
I don't know.
It's like Reds was like, I can't bring you on anymore because the flat earthers won't come back.
Well, he was he was such a. Oh my God.
Russian vids? Yeah.
Hold on. They Live Truth, Russia. Dude, there's so many. Oh, he's got 3 accounts now. So let's pull up all 3.
Oh, hell yeah. I gotta see
this. 4 days ago, about Kyle Busch. Hold on.
Oh, no.
What everybody missed. No. Oh, no. There's a conspiracy he hasn't missed.
Oh, okay.
The North Star Polaris exposed as the Freemason god Lucifer. Oh, that's that. Oh, the haunted cruise ship. I'm like, dude, there's not a single conspiracy he has not fallen in love with.
6 years ago. It would have been around 6 years ago that I had this conversation with Russian vids.
Now I have to show everybody because.
Yeah. Now we're here.
Yeah, and since we're here, I mean, I'm friends with Reds and Astronomy Live from X originally, and yeah, they're people I consider friends. I would go out and have beers with them. Let's see.
Sure.
Okay, 6 years ago,
I've met both of them in person, so yeah.
Oh, have you? Are you down in Florida?
Reds? No, I just traveled there. Reds and I have history, and I met Boole when Boole was still alive, and I met Astronomy Live while I was there.
That's cool. I haven't known him nearly as long as you have been. Let's see.
I did that art. That's me. I drew that.
Oh, this one?
The Antonio Subarats one. That's me. I drew that one.
Is that the same one or no?
No, that's not the video. I just painted that. That's my painting on the thumbnail.
So it was a live, right? Did he take the live down?
He might have. That was a thing he used to do. Like a live would happen, and then a little while later he'd take it down, and then sometimes it would pop up later as a video. He did that. Oh, I painted that too. The CGI debate with GM Truth.
Oh,
I made that GM Truth painting.
Oh, that was so bad. Was that the one where he brought on the guy from like Inception and the Avengers or whatever it was?
Oh, maybe. God, it's been so long. I haven't watched any of this in ages.
No, so if you saw the Veritas 8-hour video about flat earthers, he covers JM Truth and Red's Rhetoric having a debate, and Red's literally pulled up an Emmy award-winning CGI artist onto the stream.
Yes.
Or an Oscar winning, one of the two.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
just fried JM Truth like no tomorrow. It was hilarious.
Oh, back in the day, in the good old days, that was a good time.
JM Truth was a special sort. He couldn't even spell his own name right in his own credits.
Abandoned? He was abandoned though.
By his mother at a young age, apparently.
She said, no, that was dropped.
That too.
Dropped him and then abandoned him.
Well, speaking of which, we have DP debunks in the chat, and it's Derp Vengers. Never heard of him. Sounds fake and gay. Yeah, DP, that's you too, buddy. I had to break it to you. Boston Concerts is like, Unfornicated is just a pussy and can't do what he wants. Well, Boston, screw you, buddy. We're literally driving by his house on the way to Artemis 2, and he wouldn't join us. You weren't by the house. You were within about an hour. But yes, you went by the house. I could have went. But remember, I had new corporate overlords I had to go suck up to because we were being bought.
Oh no, not the man.
So it started May 1st, and I'm finally, like within the last week, finally getting time back to myself because I had 3 weeks of training. Let's see, what other stupid shit did I have to do? Security training, code of ethics training. And a code of ethics training was done by an actor in a white t-shirt that said code of ethics. And his name was Cody for code of ethics. And
good.
It is the most cringe. I shared it with everybody. The volume's really low. It is the most cringe-worthy video I've ever seen in my life.
That's funny.
So yeah, anyway, So I've been doing that for 3 weeks, and also trying to figure out where I fit into a larger company of 5,000 employees. And oh yeah, so I'm a network engineer for an internet service provider, so I can tell you about undersea cables. I can tell you about radio, satellite, all that fun stuff. That's my wheelhouse.
Nice. That is not a bad wheelhouse to be in.
No, it's very limited. There's not a lot of us out there on the debunking circle, and most of them are in my chat. So.
Yeah, which is really too bad because you guys definitely have there's a lot to be said about that, especially none of that shit would work on a flat earth.
Oh my God. That's why I was talking about LoRaWAN today, because that's their big gotcha now. So the channel started with, I don't know if you heard about it, it's called Battle of the Beams or Kanikabine from World War II.
I'm not familiar with it.
It's a radio navigation they use with this giant antenna. It's literally a football field on its side of an antenna that allowed them to target over Derby, excuse me. I got to make sure I say this right for the UK people. So over Derby, it's like over, I don't know, it's like 10 square kilometers wide, the target area. They never hit the building they were trying to hit, which was the engine manufacturing plant for the Merlin engines. They never hit the train yard, which is a main distribution hub of all those aircraft parts. Nothing was hit until they did it during the day. So this was strictly a night navigation system. And the Ether cosplayers, Ether cosmology guys, I call them the Ether cosplayers, said that this proves flat Earth, and here's why. So my first foray into debunking was on the Drunk Debunk show, doing a presentation of what exactly the Battle of the Beams is and how it worked, and why it does not prove a flat Earth.
Oh, that's cool. I have a thing that I've been working on, and I have a couple of things going, and it's like lectures for people, because I know there's a lot of people who know a lot of things, and some of those things just never see the light of day. And so I'm like, yo, give me your presentations, give me your stuff. I will edit it we can get in a call. I'll edit it and record it all together for you. And then off it goes. It's like a mini TED talk. And so I got Landon and did the moons of Jupiter and the Laplace.
I saw that one.
Egyptomaniac. Yeah. I'm just trying to get anybody who wants to do one and wants to do a talk. If you're in the chats, if you're in communities, if you're a YouTuber or you're not a YouTuber, I don't care. All you have to do is sit and talk about your special interest or your field of study.
Well, you can sign me up for LoRaWAN then, or other communications and stuff like that. I'm happy to do that. I'm also
hell yeah.
So one of the videos, so I have my green screen because I've been working on my background. In fact, so everyone can see, because I've had a rotator cuff problem. I haven't been able to raise my arm above like 30 degrees. So let's just do this. So everything's still the same. I got the bar sign for Unfornicated still back there sitting on top. I have not added the second layer of the slats, but that's coming now that I can move my arm again. So when I do that, I'm actually releasing a new series called Reality Checks, where I take a single claim, drag it through the dirt, show them how it works, and move on. So one of them is undersea cables and actually how it proves how it proves a globe Earth, not a flat Earth, because they like to say,
Oh, that's a good one.
oh, because they love to say that 95% of the communications goes through undersea cables. Yeah, no shit. I also have another video about why that works. I have a video of why we don't have a live stream for the moon because of what is required to do that. I also have another one written for the Coriolis effect and artillery. And I also have another one for, hold on. I gotta look.
You got it all planned out.
Yeah, I haven't actually done anything. Oh, I also have one about free energy and how it's fucked up and now it's stupid. And I also have one about we did land on the moon and using a skeptic to prove it. And that is a gentleman by the name of Larry Basinger, who is based out of Louisville, Kentucky, who was able from his own home with what he designed for equipment and an antenna, because this guy was brilliant. He also buried 6,000 square feet of copper in his backyard to make sure that he can do this. Was able to listen in on the PLSS radio of Neil Armstrong talking to Buzz Aldrin on the moon from Kentucky.
That's crazy.
So these are what I have planned, and I'm going to hopefully start recording because I might just take a week off from work to say F this. I'm going to go do fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, do fun stuff.
Like videos.
And also like, yeah, that's so cool. That's so cool.
So like I am your communications guy. If you want to talk about communications, flat Earth, that's great. If you want to talk about communications and learn how it works, I can tell you about fiber optics. I can tell you about satellite communications and radio communications and free space lasers and how NASA was able to actually connect to a satellite around Mars and how they were able to get the bandwidth. How Voyager can still talk to us from a whole light day away. And all those other fun stuff.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's so cool. All that stuff is so cool. I'm not a very educated person, so I just like listening to people who are educated in things that they care about talk about those things because it's just so cool to me and things I would otherwise never know.
Well, my education level is basically high school and 30 years of OJT because I'm an old man.
Hey.
So I joined the military at a high school. I was in cryptology, which is part of signals intelligence. So I had a nice little security clearance and all that fun stuff. And then I went to an internet service, or actually a CLEC at the time, which means a competitive local exchange, a phone company basically that transformed into an internet service provider. And I've been doing that ever since.
I got to get you and Landon on at the same time to talk about crypto because Landon, do you also get mad when people talk about crypto and you're like, that's not what crypto, and they're talking about like Bitcoin and shit and you're like, that's
Jesus
not what
Christ. Yes.
Shut
You
up,
want to
shut
hear
up.
me triggered? Talk about someone who says, hey, crypto and Bitcoin's like, no, motherfucker, it's about codes and ciphers.
Yeah. You and Landon, same reaction, same thing. Just no, stop, cease, desist.
It's like, my God, they took a term that's been applied since World War II and they applied it to like the 2000s and they think it's new.
Look at how they massacred my boy.
My God.
Well, I should go. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch. I'll hang out in your Discord a bit.
Cool.
But
thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome to Discord. You're welcome to hang out and chat. We'll probably be bottling up soon because I'm about 5 or 6 drinks in and I don't have much left in the bottle. So I'm probably going to finish it up with one last one because this one's almost empty.
Well, just remember that inner peace is found at the bottom of that bottle.
What's found at the bottom of the bottle?
Inner peace.
Yes. There's a reason why I'm on, I drink while I'm on stream because I end up covering derp and it forces me to not spill. And it forces me not to jump out the third story window when I get to a point where my patience is now done.
Well, I can't jump out the window. I still have alcohol in this glass and I would hate to drop it.
Exactly. You can't, that's alcohol abuse. You cannot spill the rum.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. All right. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later.
Cash, it's a pleasure as always. I will talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, look, we're done. Well, we're not done. Not done. The bottle's empty, but we still have one more to go. Jess, you are welcome anytime you want to just hang out. You're welcome to hang out, chat. You're welcome to hang out on. I love having guests and talking about things. For those who don't know, click Debate Hub Official. Go down and make sure that you go subscribe. So funny thing, just so Chesh actually hears this too, is I didn't know about Debate Hub Official at all. And I actually subscribe to Dapper Dino. He's one of my favorite content creators, funny guy, also a veteran. And what happened was Big Fish told me on Discord, like, hey, or maybe it was in chat, by the way, I volunteered your name to Debate Hub Official to have a debate. And I'm like, why would you do that? Have you heard me debate? I get triggered and I start dropping F-bombs. No one wants me on their channel. He goes, nah, you'll do fine. Don't worry about it. So, Chesh, you can thank Big Fish for helping me find your channel, and I really appreciated it. That's why I loved being able to drop some super chats on you guys the other night, and I appreciate what you do because modern day debate is trash, and I would love to have some other channel to go to. Yeah, derp is never done. As soon as look, I can change this IP address or this address right here, and just go to this, and here we go. We can have nothing but stupid shit. Go! Okay, I guess we're having a dancing video because that's what TikTok is. Are any of my friends live?
When we die.
It's Kawhi. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones.
Deal. I'm gonna up. I felt like there was something missing.
No one I know is live
right
right
now. There was something missing from the outfit.
Shit. Hold on, they're talking. Just shut up. Thank you. Okay. So, yeah. I can just go to TikTok and find endless amounts of dirt. But let's see. So Russian Vids 5725 has not done a video in 7 years. I'm guessing that's because Chesh triggered him and he stopped doing that. I can't believe you triggered him with cleavage. That's hilarious. All right, let me close this. Here's this one. So They Live Truth is 30,000 subs. How do they have 30,000 subs beyond me? This seems to be his active channel. It looks like it's just all conspiracies. Nothing of value. Kyle Bush, Donald Trump, Artemis 2. I'm sure his cope was, fake Masonic moon mission exposed. I'm sure it was. Let's see. The shrinking sun proves a biblical flat earth. You want to bet he doesn't have a solar filter on that? Hollywood director Roger Avery and the flat earth debate. Yeah, that was fun. Everyone covered that. I don't need to. Jim Carrey was replaced by somebody else because we can't have doppelgangers. Rhode Island hockey game, what everybody missed. Look, hockey players and men in general do stupid shit because we think it's funny. No one else does. That's just the way it is. Oh, look, Charlie Kirk. And there's no way that wasn't part of this group. Flat out truth debunked on Charlie Kirk hologram chair. Okay. Flirt faction. Conspiratard on conspiratard action. A lot of Charlie Kirk. Can we go to something else now? Hulk Hogan passing away. Okay. So no flat earth, but maybe some moon denial. Katy Perry, the blue moon, blue origin. That makes sense. Yeah. Russian Vids is still there. He is now found on They Live Truth. Not sure how that linked to Russian Vids, but it did. So there you go. What's his other channel here? Hold on a second. 8 years ago. So it was Russian Vids, and now They Live Truth. Wow, I got somebody. I got a new adopt a flurf, guys. What do you think? I mean, we already adopted Ashton Foreskin. Asshat Foreskin. We already adopted CC because, well, technical difficulties. I can't find a CC wig. Oh my God, this is terrible. What do I do with the CC wig? Oh no. Oh no. Ever see the FTFE debate? I'm guessing you're with Russian vids? No, I have not. Hey, Chesh, did you hear about Flatzoid and his wanting to go the way of Judas in a tree because he did a little self-flagellation and felt bad about it and cried on the internet? Oh, you're Canadian, give me hockey. Hey, okay, Chesh, you got to tell me what team. Oh, you don't know. Okay, let's come back to Flatzoid in a second. What hockey team do you claim? Are we talking about the Canadians, the Maple Leafs, Calgary, Vancouver? Oh yeah, no, he cried. Hold on. Let me bring it up. CSA, thank you, bud. I appreciate that. Yes, I definitely would like to have more subs, but you know what? I'm an acquired taste, and I understand that not everybody wants to put up with my bullshit. But by all means, wasn't that a live that we did? Shit. Ratsoid. Yeah, Ratsoid. Hold on. Oh, Chesh, you claim to have, all right, Chesh, get out. I'm too close to Toronto to not do the Leafs. Okay. So I lived in Boston, so I claim the Bruins. I live in New York now, and I claim Boston teams because I lived there for a decade before I came to New York. And the fact that I'm a Boston fan pisses off everyone in New York. So that's like that's my high point. Somebody help me out. Help me out. We're looking for the Catsoid stream. Who has it? Oh, that's beef. Okay, Jesh and I are going to throw hands, I guess. The Catsoids melt down. When did Flats have his conscious problem going on? I remember I was on that live with Matt. When was that? Yes, we do have beef. I know, Kofi. I mean, I know you're fine with my style. Everyone in part of the Zoo crew is fine with my style. They appreciate the fact I drop F-bombs. I'm a sailor. I drink rum, and I point and laugh while trying to teach and pronounce big words. But who's got the Ficatsoid shit? Oh, DP debunks. Yeah, hold up. DP live. DP, did you cover this? We call them so many different things. I can't remember everything. Oh, you don't have the Fapsoid stuff? Okay. Somebody find me the Fapsoid shit. I got to explain to Chesh what's going on. I almost said Cheech. Look, Chesh, if I call you Cheech, that makes me Chong, okay? So we're okay there. Don't worry about it. I grew up in California, so. The Drunk Debunk show covered it, right? Okay. That's a short. That's not what I want. I know what cast covered it. right. If someone finds it for me, let me know. Someone tag me in it, and send me the link. So basically, Chesh, let me help you. The Ratsoid's family was off at his in-laws. He was home alone, and he got some little nudie photos, and he decided to do a little self-flagellation. You know, flog the dolphin, 5-finger shuffle, you know, rub one out, all those kind of general terms. Just kind of take it for what it's worth. So after he flogged the dolphin, he was so overcome with guilt, being that a good Christian that he is, he decided to go on the fucking internet and cry about his failures as a Christian. And he talked about how ashamed he was through the tears, and how he hopes his wife will forgive him, how he hopes his community will forgive him, all while explaining he even considered at one point going the way of Judas with a rope in a tree, because he was so overcome with guilt. I shit you not. So now you're caught up. Yes, that is the one he picked. A little five knuckle shuffle, and he was like, nope, I got to go cry on the internet. And everybody covered it. Everybody made fun of him. Everybody pointed and laughed, and it was glorious. And look, as JD, cartographic project said, if you have to cry after you have a wank, you're doing it wrong. I usually roll over and go to sleep, but that's just me. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, saying disgusting things about Lisbeth, calling her the village bicycle and all that shit, no problem. However, a little 5-knuckle shuffle, flogging the dolphin, saluting the general, whatever you want to call it, that's too far. We gotta kind of bring it in and express our guilt to the world. Exactly, Chesh. Exactly. He picked the one thing no one gives a shit about, as opposed to all the things that he did that's wrong. Absolutely. What a joke is right. Chong is from Alberta. Is he really? Look, I'll be honest. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, look, I could see why Mikey thinks the Earth is flat, because those are pretty flat. They're like giant pieces of Kansas. But I've been to Vancouver. Spent quite a bit of time in Vancouver, actually. Love the mountains that go up there above the city and everything else. Love the city itself. Been to Montreal briefly for a work trip, because Nortel was there. And have not been to Toronto. I'm sorry, that was Ottawa. Excuse me. That was Ottawa, not Montreal. Have not been to Montreal and not been to Toronto yet. I've been wanting to get there. It is pretty flat. I mean, if you look at Mikey's videos, it looks pretty flat. I can see why, you know, a 12-year-old understanding of science would understand that it's flat. Or let me rephrase that. A 7-year-old understanding of science would understand it's flat. Cygnus can't find it. Cygnus finds everything and he can't find it? Oh my God. Where's Cheech from? He's from LA, right? He's got to be from LA. Yeah, he's from South LA. Okay, see, that's my buddy from my hometown. So he's raised in South Central LA. Okay, I wasn't necessarily raised in South Central LA, just a little outside of it, but whatever. So you have an LA and someone from LA, someone from Alberta, and they put them in a van, and you have a cultural icon. I love it. If you're a flat earther, people already make fun of you. You should admit this. Yes, you should. You should. All right, let's just cruise this real quick. It's gotta been Mike. Zoid has zero self-awareness. Maybe. 4 months ago. Hey, Whatcast, are you still in here? You wanker. Yeah, it's got to be before that. Because he started going on the Garbage Pail Kids after that. Chad Thompson, Rogan, Mark Sargent, Spoonzoid, and OG Chewy. Nah, that's 2 months ago. That's not far enough. Come on, guys. You always find everything. Yeah, I know, DP. I blame you and Whatcast for causing my language to be expanded upon. Mike for sure, but the stream isn't named Ficat. I know. Look, Mike, name your shit so I can find it. Let's see if this is it. Come on, Matt. Yeah, no shit, Matt. You're a professional. Come on. No, this isn't it. That's not it. Come on, guys, help me out. The Cat's Always Meltdown? Maybe? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Oh, Chesh, here we go. Here we go. I think I found it. That's right. I popped in. It's there. It's there. Here we go. I actually jump on eventually and I tell him what's about and it just goes downhill from here. You can't hear it because I have it muted because I'm a dumbass. And everyone else didn't probably hear you at the same time. Go fucking figure because I'm an idiot.
I almost did something. I almost did something very serious. If I can like it to Judas.
Well, you lied about the shape of the earth for a while.
How Judas, what he did on the tree, after what he did.
Well, he wanked up the tree.
That's what I almost did.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't get this shit, right? I mean, I don't want to, I'm not someone to ever want to.
He said almost. He said, I mean, oh, wait. I found this. I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth.
Because I'm curious. I want to know what this is about. And let's have a bit of a giggle anyway.
I almost did something. I almost did something very serious. If I can like it to Judas.
Well, you lied about the shape of the earth for a while.
How Judas, what what he did on the tree after what he did.
Jizdus. That's exactly it. It's the new apostle, Jizdus.
Wanked up the tree.
That's what I almost did.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I think this is the first time I actually joined Matt on stream. I've joined him since on TikTok and stuff, but I think this is the first time I joined him on stream, and I was just dying. And oh god, no, I can't even talk. This is hilarious.
I don't get this shit, right? I mean, I don't want to. I'm not someone to ever want to kick someone when they're down.
No, I'll kick them while they're down. Don't worry about that, Matt. I got you covered. Yeah, Chesh, Dumbfuck Friday, absolutely.
I don't want to ever kick something. I just, if I was having an emotional day, that very rarely happens to me, to be honest. I'm giving it the big one, but I'm just not that sort of person. But if I was having a super emotional day, I just wouldn't stream. Like, what is with these people that stream and cry? I don't understand. It's like the ultimate. It's like them people that go onto Facebook, isn't it? To just randomly tell everyone that they're having a shit day.
So you want to do is not hit the go live button.
I know I saw.
What?
It was my children. And all I thought was them. What will they do if I went through with this?
Oh, for fuck's sake. If this was me or anyone that he doesn't like sitting there having a meltdown, he'd be streaming this, they'd all be across the bottom, pissing themselves, laughing, Sov the wanker, them all them other twats that he talks to. And he does it with his 11 viewers that he's got sitting there in the corner. And he's just, Jesus fucking Christ.
How will they grow up?
Here we go. Looks like Dan's joining.
Desperately trying to get in, by the way.
Hang on a second. Guess in green room. I'm going to have to do...
I finally got it figured out.
That one? No, I want this one, don't I? I want this one. So let's see if I can bring him up. See if it works. I've got to assign him...
Hey, there we go.
Hey, it works. What was the matter with your mic?
Let me get a little more center here, so that way I'm in the little box better.
Yeah. I don't like doing the rectangles that everyone else does. I like to be different and have a box instead.
I'm right there with you. No, so here's the funny thing. So anyone who clicks your link, what they have to do is they have to type very fast. And because it tries to get your camera and your mic. Both were working fine, but it kept kicking me out saying it couldn't start it. So if I just typed Dan as opposed to Unfornicated, it would let me in. You have to type your name in 2 seconds. I mean, that's it.
That's weird. I'd like, when I was doing the podcast, my mate used to come on here every single week, never ever said he had an issue. The only person I ever, before you, was McKagan had an issue to come on. What's going on with Twatsoid here anyway? Like, what's it?
You absolutely would have been all over it.
All right, so point of reference for you real quick is one, if you went to the very first part of it, he comes on and looks like, like crocodile tears and sad and this weird lighting and this massively high forehead. And then it goes back to this other screen. And then it comes back to this where he starts talking about, being forgiven and stuff like that. Now the reference to Judas and the tree
6 months ago,
a little self-harm with like a rope. That's what he's getting at.
Right.
So he says that that he was more or less had this thoughts of doing this particular act, and all because he had to confess something to his wife, and he alluded to it in very, very ambiguous terms. So it's very subjective at this point. But one of the things he talks about is that men are not perfect, and he lists 2 specific flaws. He says, he has a problem with anger, and that he's worked on that and stuff like that, and some other things that could possibly be, he talks about porn and things like that. So either he was maybe having an angry wank, or maybe he was on Grindr, or maybe his wife caught something. I don't know. Either way, his wife and the kids are not home. He's home alone, and he goes into this. His wife is at his sister's because I guess their mom is sick or.
All right, look, you bastards. I look younger because this is before my daughter turned 15, has since aged me in the last 3 weeks.
Something like that. I don't know.
They weren't just
Yeah,
drinking some wank juice.
But Chesh, he was cheating of sorts.
Like, just
Yeah,
thought it'd need to confess that. So he's bashed one out. So basically, he's bashed one out and he feels bad about it. Don't feel bad about it, Mike. That's just normal, right?
No shit, Chesh. Here's the funny part. Very bright 15-year-old who wants to be a lawyer. I already have loopholes in the house. She's in mock trial, so now I'm in deep shit. And she's just as witty with one-liners and sarcasm as I am. So I basically got the mother's curse. My mom said, I hope you have one just like you, and I did. So I'm basically screwed. But if you go back a couple streams, I actually I suspended my 16-year-old turn. I made a rule. She cannot be on stream until she's 16. I suspended it for her birthday. She came on stream briefly. Everyone wished her a happy birthday, and then she got off stream. So, but I had her on stream. You can see her. I forgot which one it is. Somebody could probably tell you which one it was. But yeah, my munchkin is me, only shorter and younger. And I definitely am paying for it now.
Well, I mean, if it was clown midget porn or something like that, maybe, I don't know.
Clown midget porn? What's that? I've never heard of this. Midget.
Yes, you would love her because she's very much like you with the sarcasm and stuff like that. And she is, I'm biased. She's bright, but she is, she wants to be a valedictorian. She wants to be a lawyer. She's not letting anything get in her way. And I'm going to be paying school debt for not me for a long time, but it's my retirement plan because if she's a lawyer, I can retire. And hopefully she'll pick a good retirement home for my dumb ass to go to.
Porn? I'm not a clown porn.
Like porn or midgets dressed like clowns doing porn.
Fuck.
I'm
That's
not
a kink, is it?
shaming. Look, clown midget porn is a thing. I'm not kink shaming. I'm just saying that if it was that, it would be a whole different topic. That's all. He has a wank. I mean, of all the things he could be worried about, he should be more concerned if it was clown midget porn than if he had a wank. That's all. I'm just doing a comparison. We don't kink shame here at all because flirts have a humiliation fetish. They want to put that ball gag all the way back in their throat. They don't want to just sit right here. They want to put it way back and suffer the humiliation, and we'll let them because we don't kink shame here.
Dude, this is, look where we are in the internet. Humiliation fetish is all over the place that we deal with on a daily basis with these slurs. What isn't a kink for them? I mean, seriously.
Well, you got, I mean, they must, some of them, like Dick Wayne, for
I'm
instance.
such an asshole.
He must have a
He's an
humiliation.
attention whore.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know, what is he doing? Like, even if this is a massive problem for him, which I don't really understand why this is. You've had a wank. So what? No one gives a shit, right? But why do you feel the need to go online and cry about it to your audience? Like, surely, does he get messages of support during this? Of people?
Yes, and somebody even offers, and to be honest, this was a chef's kiss moment from last night. This was like at 2:30 in the morning for my time, by the way. This is how ridiculous this is. Ryan S. goes out of his way to say that he, what's his PayPal? He'll send him some money. Like, that's going to fix it for whatever reason. But Sean Hawkins drops his PayPal link because he's a mod on Flatsoy's channel and wonders if anyone's going to donate
to him.
Yes.
Well, because Flatsoy had a wank.
Well, you figured if
I'll have a wank.
Okay, Chesh, it was 2:30 my time. His time, it was probably noontime wank or an after morning coffee wank. I haven't done the math yet, but it definitely was a early morning wood wank if I was to put a time frame on it.
Right now for cash.
If someone wants to donate for PayPal, Sean Hawkins figured, why not my PayPal then? If Flats is going to take it.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? I genuinely, someone wrote a little while ago, I can't remember who it was, but someone wrote a little.
And if you don't know, Sean Hawkins is a Glober, and he's a mod on Flats' channel, and he put his PayPal link in there saying, like, maybe someone will donate to me and my CNC machine. And it was absolutely hilarious. I was dying.
A while ago that was he feeling bad about what he said about that Lisbeth? No. And I thought possibly that he's had some kind of shit. I really shouldn't say. I do feel bad because he sort of walked that back, didn't he? But then kind of pretended that it was all made up anyway. But
yep,
he's had a wank. That's what he's crying about. This is the most. My sympathy's gone now for him.
I think because the only two things he brings up is angry, being angry and porn.
Right.
So, I mean, it's subjective. He doesn't want to go into personal details or anything else like that. So obviously that means it's going to be something embarrassing. And so like, I mean, it's all sorts of subjectiveness. Like, all right, what could it possibly be? It could be something like you said, could have had an angry wank, could have had a gentle wank.
Look, there's nothing worse than an angry wank. There's no lotion. There's no tender loving care there. It's just hurry up and get it done.
Could have all the way to being caught with porn on the computer of maybe some people of not legal aging. Who knows? It's all open to subjective and inner thing. All I know is that no one's there at the house, and he's crying.
Sometimes you just don't stream.
It's got to be more than just a wank if he's crying about it, right? I mean, he's not. I mean, he pretends to be pious, but is he that pious?
Maybe he got super angry and pulled his cock off mid-wank. He had too much of a tight grip. Maybe that's why he cries through pain.
The G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip he had going on.
What the fuck? I'm going to watch on.
Yeah, play it.
How will they be affected by this?
Why would you stream this?
And then... I stood up. Obviously.
Jesh, Stretch Armstrong. Okay? Stretch Armstrong.
Hopefully he didn't stand up too quick, otherwise you'd have a bit of a tent action going on there in the fucking jogging bottoms that you're wearing.
And I cried and I...
That weren't the only part of your body that was wet, I can guarantee it.
Ask God for forgiveness.
He wiped off an entire civilization off his stomach with a wet gem sock.
And I let it be. And well, my wife got a dream that night because everybody knows she's not here at the moment. She's at her sister's because her mom is sick and things. And then...
And the funny thing is, I'm trying to watch this on the software that Whatcast is playing. So it's over here. I'm looking over here, and the camera's right here, and everything else is over here. So I'm like trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm lost. Don't mind me.
I just confessed to her. I just told her everything.
So hold on, pause for very quick. So he called her to confess to her. He couldn't even do it in person. He felt so bad about whatever it is he did. He had to call her right then and there and confess her.
He's cleaning up and calling her at the same time. Like, hold on, wait, I gotta get this gym sock. Okay, I think I got it all. All right. Yeah, honey, I'm sorry, but I wanked.
Maybe it was Ronald McDonald come on the telly. And he thought, you know what, I've got an hard on. I'm not sure why here. But I've got the urge to go in and search further for this kink.
Jesh, these are all valid questions that we don't have answers to.
Obviously, she didn't take it really well. I think everybody would know that.
Jesh, you have no idea how much I am thrilled to introduce you to the moonworms and wankzoids. This is tickling me to no end. This is hilarious that you have not seen this, and I am being the one to show you. I appreciate that.
But don't worry, everything is still good. We still, we work through it. Yeah,
that sounds great. That's like that.
Hey, look, 2 pumps sometimes. Look, if it's been a while, you know, sometimes you gotta get that stamina back, I guess, somehow. And the only way you do that is with like actually doing it in practice, and whether it's with yourself, somebody else. I'm guessing he's been neither for him, but whatever. I digress.
Affected the marriage at all there, twat.
Boston concerts for $5, bud. Thank you. If I called my wife every time I had a wank, we would never get off the phone. Oh God, Boston. Isn't that the truth?
Blood.
We do.
You worked through something, that's for sure.
What's that?
Jess, you're absolutely right. I'm not here to judge. I'm not judging. I'm not judging. Everyone's had a wank. I'm a single dad. What? Do you want to go into conversations? We can have conversations. But the fact of the matter is, he's crying online about it. This is the part that I have a problem with.
He worked through something for
Exactly. Call her before you start. Get that little like, I'll be home soon. Oh, well, in that case, let me drop everything and I'll wait for you to get home.
for sure, like a bottle of lotion or something.
I think so, yeah. Oh, Jack Fetter's here. Let's get that one up there. Jack. Oh my God. The chat's moving too fast for me.
This is back when I was shaving on a more regular basis too, by the way.
$9.99. What's this? If I have to go on each time. Each time I've teased the weed frog, the little general choked the one-eyed trouser snake, etc. I'm going to need to reserve a few days each month. Exactly. But you next time you do that, Jack, you need to get online and ask for donations. And if you make me a mod, I'm also going to.
Oh, Chesh, no, come on. Using Icy Hot by accident, that's not a mistake you do twice.
Ask for them for your wank. When you wank, I want donations for everyone else's wank.
Wait, it just occurred to me. You might not you might not know who Sean Hawkins is. He's actually a Glober who covers for cats.
Sean Hawkins.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of him.
Sergeant Rock of Easy Company shows up in some of the chats.
Nope. I don't go in many chats, to be honest. All
So
of the main channels, when they do their lives, I'm asleep. Like, it's always the middle of the fucking night for me, so I'm very rarely there.
His time zones are a bitch.
You also have to get up at the, fucking butt crack of fucking midnight.
Yeah, I know. I'm used to it though. It gives me most of the day to myself, so I can have a wank and I'll ask for money for it.
And now go online and ask for forgiveness.
Exactly. I haven't cried yet. Maybe it's given me ideas. If I can get
God, I love Matt. Just because Matt just doesn't give a rat's ass about anything. It says exactly what's on his mind. I got all day to myself. I can have myself a wank.
11 viewers like him, I'm definitely going to do it. Wankzoid, someone's calling him.
Come on, Matt, let's play it.
I just felt I needed to go on my knees.
Yeah.
If you're on your knees, then you probably weren't doing a wank. You're doing something else we should probably be worried about.
Yeah.
But again, we don't kink shame here. If you wanted, what you do at a truck stop is your life. By all means, have at it. I'm not going to say yes or no as far as I'm concerned. Everyone is open to do their own thing. I don't care. I really don't. I am very open to anything and everything. It might not be my taste, doesn't matter anything. But if you're on your knees, maybe we should question why you're on your knees.
Maybe you should go to Oakley's channel. He likes that. Maybe you should go over there. But you'd have to push Angels of Shite.
Boston concerts. Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission? Absolutely.
Out of the way. He's on his knees on there at the minute. And his wife's ass is in his face.
Just really.
Oh, you got to take off, Chesh. All right, well, go ahead and rub one out. Have a good one.
Get on his
and all
knees
that
and
other
give it
fun
all
stuff.
to God.
Insert guy's name Bubba.
Yeah.
Chesh, I'm glad I can introduce you to this. It gets worse from here. But yeah, it's 6 months ago, pointing laughing at Flat Earth Wankzoid's meltdown. If you want to watch it for posterity's sake and kind of get the full context, it's while we're watching it, he deletes the video. So we couldn't cover the whole thing, including the super chats that he got and everything else. But we did cover quite a bit of it. I think we had another 20 minutes of it, including, oh yeah, like right here. Here's
It's all
the best
open
part.
to your own interpretation.
Well, he shouldn't have done it then, should he? If he don't want people... Did I just hear him correctly? That's why... That's why...
It's got to be something. Like... It can't just be a fucking wank, dude. Come on.
I got it.
Yes, that's why I was so white last night in the stream, because...
What did he say? He was wanking in the stream, did he just say? Did I just hear him correctly? That's why I was wanking in the stream. We've got a evil producer here. Super chat 199. A Waxoid would peg Jesus to the cross. Absolutely would. He loves a bit of Jesus. Do you reckon he watches Jesus porn? I'll have to say that. That's blasphemous.
Dude, I just want to bring
Fucking Life of Brian or whatever.
on this, guys. God doesn't care what you've done.
God don't care what you've done, just as well. I'd be going to hell for sure.
He cares about your heart.
Oh,
what the fuck?
He deleted the video.
Has he lost his power, or has he just blocked me here?
And then we proceeded to talk more shit going on and stuff like that. So yeah, that was fun. That was me on Woodcast's first channel before I started joining his TikToks, and it was humorous to say the least. I don't know. Do you guys want to finish covering that? I mean, Chesh has got to go out. Chesh, it was wonderful to talk to you and have a conversation. I look forward to talking with you guys later. And like I said, we'll get together to do some stuff, do some collabs. I greatly appreciate it if you're still here. If not, no, you know what? We'll be in touch. Don't worry about it. I'll be in your channel more often than not. And I marked down on my calendar on this other screen over here, the 13th at 9 p.m. I will be there with Realm in hand. I may or may not already be 3 or 4 in at the time, but you get what you get at that point. Feel free to boot me at any time. Big Fish, nice to see you, bud. Welcome back. Out of curiosity, wow, I started showing Wanksoid and the viewers dropped down to below 20. Maybe we should call it a night. Should we call it a night, or is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Here's your chance. I am letting chat drive at this point. I am just here for your amusement only. What do you want to guys? What do you guys want to do? There's 19 of you bastards here. Let me know what you want to do. Because I can sit here and talk about stupid shit all day. I can go cover the latest CC video. I can cover God knows what other stupidity. I wish I knew where my wig was. Unfortunately, Chesh did not get the privilege of my CC impersonation. Hopefully, I'll be able to pull that off again sometime soon. I can link you a short, funny video that is slightly related to Rated. Nick, go ahead and drop that. Why not? We should, you know what? Let's go over and talk to. Oh, Drunk the Bunk Show's over here. Hold on, let's go talk to Mike. Let's go talk to Mike.
Women are frustrated and dating feels broken, but almost no one is offering a real solution. Because fixing this isn't about blaming men or blaming women. It's about fixing the gap between them. And right now, that gap is getting.
Oh my God, this is great.
Yes! Oh boy, I'm learning so much already.
And there's a gap between me and my wife.
So, all right, yeah, that's what we'll do. Let me hold on. Let me go over. Let me open up. Dan,
Ooh,
you had
nice shot.
A good stream.
Yeah, what's up? Wider. So today we're going to break down how to actually fix it. At this point, the pattern is obvious. Men feel like dating and marriage aren't worth it, and both sides are reacting to that.
Let's set up a raid to.
I did say that he gesticulated a very
manage
way.
videos. Hold on a second.
That's sorry. Go ahead.
If I go to my live,
that was it.
I forgot though how everything's male driven, and like how women react. Like they don't seem to have any opinions of their own. It's just the reaction to our shit. I love it.
Shit, anyone know how to do a raid? I want to do a raid for the first time ever. Edit title and description, maybe. No. No, it's public. How do I do this? Okay, here we go. Hold on. Age restricted customization. If you're on slow mode. Clips settings. Here we go. How do I set up this? Let's see. I definitely don't have checked off to put, don't show potentially inappropriate words. Yeah, I don't do that here. Zoo Crew Tech. Yeah, you know what? DP or Big Fish, kiss my ass. How do I've never done this. I've never, I might not be able to because I don't have 1,000 subs either. So I tell you what, everyone, oh, wait, oh, here it is, redirect. Here we go. Hold on, I found it. We're going to redirect here. Okay, save. Okay, I'm going to end this. Yeah, just Google it. Thank you, Calder. All right, I'm going to end this stream. You guys, thank you for all the support. Thank you for being here. I will see you over at Max's channel. And until then, what the fuck ever. See you all later.